Welcome everyone! Welcome to another Blender stream! Yeah. Today we're gonna keep modeling GABUROON. Of course, yes, from Made in Abyss. Yes. Okay. Today is a very cloudy day here in Spain, but it is a perfect day to blend. This is where we left off. We were modeling GABUROON. Yes. And we were baking normals. There is only 2 items left, I think. The body and this part there. To finish baking normals. The thing is, last day after stream, after the Blender stream, I checked the textures. I checked the glitches, right? Because I thought, that's pretty weird. What could those glitches be? Well, first of all, I need to... The card is baked, but it is not great. And there are a few items I baked in there, but they are still not amazing. But let me check one of those glitches, because, well, this makes sense. This is that dent on the armor. But if we come... It is not on this one. For example, on the clamp. Face, clamp and cannon. This one. Look at this. I thought this was a bit glitchy, right? I think this might be... I don't know which part exactly is this. It's maybe the tip of the clamp or something. Look at this. What is this glitch? This glitch, it is basically the whole texture. It is these parts here, right? It is like this square or something. So, and even that, you can see there, it's basically the whole texture in that. And I guess that is one of those errors you can get with redundancy when this is connected. And that can also happen, or that could also happen, because the high poly had a material node in there, and I thought, well, maybe because it wasn't connected, it wasn't doing anything in there, anything bad. But maybe I was wrong. So I don't know exactly what part is that, but we have to find it and fix it. Okay. Now let's finish what's left to be baked here. First of all, let me find, well, let's do this one because it's smaller and we can fit it here, for example. And we have enough space. But for the body, let me Google real quick a way to have the cape have double faces, or not double faces, but you know, to be able to show the texture here, and instead of, and not show the texture here, show just the color, and to have it have 2 faces, but air quotes, 2 faces. Okay. So Blender, make a plane. Oh, sorry, I need to turn on the music. Boop. Let's go. Make a plane have or show texture only on one side. I think it's having to, but without a solidify, you know. Show texture on one side. Back facing. Use the geometry node back facing. Okay, in the shader editor. To drive a mix shader or mix node, allowing you to apply one material for the front and another or transparency for the back. Alternatively, in Eevee, you can enable backface scaling in the material properties. Yeah, but I don't want the other to be like invisible, you know? So maybe it is here, normal map. And in the material, maybe there is an option for backface or something. Emissions in film, normal diffuse of surface, specular transmission. Okay. On both sides, no, I don't want on both sides. It has to be on only one side. Backfacing socket on the geometry node as a factor input to either a mixed node or a mixed shader node, depending on exactly what behavior you want. I guess mixed shader, right? And backfacing, no backfacing socket. I thought I have used this on the glass thingy. There was a huge node that one of the options was backfacing. Fresnel image texture, mix, glossy, glossy refraction, add shader, transparent light path, geometry. Just geometry. Yeah, geometry. Geometry node makes sense, right? Backfacing, they were telling me. You put it there as a factor. So fac is factor. And shader to shader, right? Shader to what? Mix shader. It's probably, is this not a shader or something? Where should we connect this? Material output. Maybe just mix. Let me see the mix node. How does it look? Mix. It's mixing two things there. Result. We wanted to have this, right? So normal. Maybe we want to mix it here. Backfacing, make this normal map. Mix the backfacing with the normal map and plug it in there. Or what? Let's see. If I were to mix backfacing and normal and plug the result in the normal, then what? Does it work? And let's remove the checker. Okay, nothing there and nothing there. Oh, so yeah, that does not work. Maybe backfacing is a factor, as they said. Backfacing. But this is not mixing anything, right? So maybe this needs to be mixed after the fact. Here, mix the BSDF and the backfacing. Perhaps. Backfacing, they said it was the factor, right? BSDF. Invalid link. Why is it invalid? You cannot plug it there. This is geometry, back-facing geometry. Well, back-facing socket on the geometry node as the factor input to either a mix node or a mix shader node, depending on what behavior you want, right? This isn't the way you should be thinking about 3D objects in Blender generally. Meshes have no thickness. They describe the exterior boundaries of solid objects. They are two-dimensional manifolds. By and large, if you are only modeling one side of a wall, it is because nobody could ever see the other side. So I guess the translation there is you flipping solidify that. You solidify that, you unwrap it, and maybe, I don't know, maybe somebody knows better than that. I don't know. I'm not the one who knows. Well, let me unwrap the other thing here, this little part, and let me get the checker back. Okay, you, how do you unwrap? Left medallion. Gonna create your copies. Shift D in object mode, Shift D, Shift D. Okay. High poly. Let's see how this behaves, because this has 2 bars in there, but well, maybe it does not even matter. I had a lot of objects separated there. If you join, for example, the helmet and the handle the helmet has, they are previously UV unwrapped, will the UV unwrap be preserved? Possibly, right? Okay, the high poly one, you can go a little bit crazier if you want. Banana said it really didn't matter everything. You can delete this node. Well, it's not that you can't, it is that you should delete that node. You have to delete that node. The thing is this, right? This is what I noticed. It's because it is the same material. I was thinking there, I have done this previously, right? But I didn't know what could be the case there, because I'm deleting it here, right? And it's deleting it on the other one. That's because it's the same material. You're modifying the material here. So, this high poly thing maybe does not need this. Eyelashes and visor. These are the old materials. Eyelashes and visor. This does not need the eyelashes material, first of all. And the visor either. No, it needs the, yeah, it is pink like the rest, right? So it needs the pink material, I think. Those bars are pink too. Let me see the collection here. Shift 2 to reveal the collection. Everything is pink. So, okay. So just keep it here. So Control C. That way. We're gonna join this material. Copy. But just place it here. So you get rid of everything, and you, we're gonna create the new material here. And one day I need to organize all the materials. I hope maybe I can find a little bit of time this weekend to fix it. Shift A, add a new node here. It's gonna be the image texture, and we have a little bit of space here that we could use, but we can do it here too, in the face clamp one, in the middle there. Okay, image texture, normal map. Okay, and where? Face clamp Canon. Okay, W. On the low poly, the high poly has nothing. That should be that way. The modifiers, we can keep them like this. We can subdivide further. Let's see if it's looking good still. Seems to be the case. Okay, so we can do something like that. Modify it on the render too, just in case, you know. Maybe that was also part of the problem, that I was not modifying it on the render. Okay, now let's check the UV unwrapping. I might have never marked seams in there. Let's see what happens. Let's see if it explodes or not. Let's see. Left medallion. Select you. All. It's exploded. Understandably so, though. Let me add that there. First of all, let me apply all transforms, because of course it is a little wacky there, a little wacky. So, object, apply all transforms. For you to object, apply all transforms. Okay. Close that. And now we have to, for the low poly model, go to edit. Wow, this is kind of low poly, eh? Very low poly. One subdivision won't break the bank there. Well, we have it here on the modifier, right? Okay, we have it on the modifier, but we probably should apply it. Otherwise, we're gonna get one of these here. One of those scuffed ones. And so, object mode, apply this. Sadly, but it's probably for the best. No, you know what? I need to do that, yeah, but I will separate you, because you don't need that much geometry. Separate you. Will it work if I hide them? I am not sure, and because I'm not sure, I'm not gonna risk it. So, for you, apply the subdivision in object mode. But it's gonna be like one subdivision. That's it. Apply. Okay. Alright. The smooth by angle, I guess you can apply it or something, right? It is to smooth the normals only. We're gonna get better normals from the texture anyway, I guess. Apply that, and the checker, we need to keep it. So you can have to. First you need, well, I was gonna apply, but no, you don't need anything applied there. First of all, are you the handles or what? What are you? You are the handles. Okay, so you and you have to be joined. You and you. Control J. There. Okay. Cool. This makes more sense now. Better. Looks better. Okay. W. So we have here the left medallion, and this is the high poly version. The high poly version has 2 subdivisions, so it has one more, technically. Okay. We can go a little crazy here. Why not? We're not gonna apply it even. So maybe I should preserve the objects like this, without applying, without the material. That would be neat, but my collection though, it is not like this, let's say. So you and you. No. Low poly. Select all. UV. Mark the seams. Mark the seams. Okay. Mark the seams. This one, I'm gonna just, straight up from the other side, make a cut, right? And this, for example, here, you don't need these faces. Let's be real here. These faces, you don't need. Okay. One less problem there. I need to cut along this. Could cut the bottom edge. Okay. Like that. Mark seam. Maybe that needs no cut. No, maybe you can keep it clean. Now that it's gonna look like a ring, right? But maybe that is legal. If everything becomes like a huge circle, right? And for the front, will that be unwrapped correctly? For these ones though, I'm gonna do LH, and for you guys, I'm gonna mark your innermost ring, this loop. Okay, yeah, mark seam, and for you the same. Boop and boop, mark. Okay, W. Oh no, that's why you were not unwrapping properly. You don't need these faces. You don't need these faces. Oh. MaroTachi! Tubes and cylinders always get the flat tops cut. Slinky! Ultra W! It should be pretty flat for them in the UV. You can gratify them real good if you delete the top face. It's not gonna be noticeable. Slinky, check the bot. I didn't know. I think I've never seen after the flyway boss, you can fight Toriel there or something. Maybe it's like, well, for what I could see is like it possesses her or something. It takes everybody as hostages there. Oh, I've never seen that fight. Pretty cool, pretty cool. I was skipping ads, sorry. Yeah, okay. Asriel, not Toriel. Ah, it is the kid, right? Yeah, no problem. You came to say hi. Have a good one, Slinky. Always a pleasure. Have a nice day. Should be pretty flat from there in the UV. Let's see. If I get rid of these faces that nobody's gonna see, right? This is legal, right? This is legal. And now, over here, you select all. Well, not all left medallion, right? L. all here and wrap. That's kinda legal, right? Kinda legal. This can be gratified, but I mean, if you want this to look like this, you can make a cut along the circle edges and one cut over here, and you can make them rectangles too, right? If it's not laying flat, means the topology is a bit weird. For this, you mean? The handles. Could be, I don't know. I bridge the faces, basically. You make one cylinder, you make another, you select, how is it? You select those rings and you bridge the faces or something. And you can choose how many segments you want. It is a great way to create handles like that. That tube section on inside back, but no one will see. Ah, that one, you mean. Fine, but you will flatten that. Yeah, this can have a seam. I mean, by flatten you mean to make it a rectangle, right? Like mark a seam there and make a cut underneath. Mark seam. That way you separate those two surfaces, for example. Maybe you can even mark this if you want. Your personal OCD. Tubes work great with Gridify. Yeah. You can mark the exterior too. And maybe this. To make it more rectangular. That would make probably better use of the space. Circles are pretty not optimized, let's say. They occupy lots of space. Over the hand tops and bottom. The handles, you mean? The handles don't have like I deleted the top faces and make a cut over there. So they should be pretty clean. And this I can unwrap again. And that way we separated this the last cylinder and this outer ring too. That way you get only the frontal face here. Maybe that's easier to read. But if you wanna get too crazy, like you can keep cutting here. You can make another seam. You can split all that. Eventually a circle is unavoidable. But why did that behave like that? Why did that behave like that? Are two stuck in there? I think we have two here. That's the outer one, but let me hide it. Yeah. That flip. What was that? Sometimes if you don't care what the material is, you don't have to completely flatten it. But if you have like a belt that needs good texture, stitching, it's good to flatten UVs, so you can draw on them easier. But like metals and things that don't carry detail, you can be a bit lazy with UVs. So for most of them, it's better to try to gridify them. Let's see. Okay. were two stuck on top of each other. I hope it's not part of the other or something. Yeah, they were part of the other, right? Let's see, I'll teach. Why did that happen? It's like I separated them both at the same time or something. UV1 and just copy it over again. Like this handle. You can UV1 and just copy it, repack the UVs. I can stack them. Let the UVs live on top of each other. Yeah. I can stack them. I was worried with some things, maybe not in these ones because they are pretty... they are gonna have probably like the same occlusion and everything. But I was a little bit worried about symmetrical places, symmetrical parts that I was stacking. Because some of those were a bit illegal, I would say. So this should be joined to the low poly. These ones are okay here, not the others. These alt-H ones, those need to be P separated and joined to the other, to the high poly one in object mode. Control join. What happened there? Why have you exploded there? Ah, because you preserved the modifiers of the other. Fine. I think I only lost this and maybe the subdivision too. Can do it the other way around, I guess. Okay. Yeah, smooth by angle. I can do it the other way around. Control J. That's it. And we keep the modifiers. Okay. So we have that without materials, more or less. Now you need to not have a material. And you but this can cause issues too, just depends what you're doing. Yeah, I think we're gonna find out eventually, because I was trying to optimize the texture a lot, right? And some things that were symmetrical, I thought, oh, well, this can't be stacked, right? For example, this part of armor, right? It has a mirror too. But I just stacked everything in there because, well, they are the same, right? But maybe the occlusion is different. Here too. I ultra pack these two together because these ones have a mirror and then they are an array if you really get the full object there. The normal seems identical, but is the occlusion identical? I don't know, possibly not. I don't know because I've never done it, but we're gonna find out. We're gonna really find out. How are you doing? How are you doing? Left medallion and the high. Okay, let me check. Are you Are you okay? Edit, select all. Okay. L. These are the handles. So first of all, gridify and stack. W. We can have them where we want. Using the checker, I'm using this as reference, so the squares need to be so much bigger. So this probably need to be ultra small. And they can leave. Yeah, it's difficult to tell, right, what's going on. That thing is getting small, but it's because the white one is getting large, right? It's fine, you will bake 8K textures. What? I think these ones are 2K only. Well, I guess one is 4K, the one with the cape, and the rest are 2K. Should they be bigger? Ah, okay. No, it's double that. Is this even legal? Isn't this like too tiny? Feels like too tiny. No, but the checkers don't lie, right? I hope. Well, I hope so. I don't know, they should be tiny anyway, I guess. It's kinda big. You're pushing hero movie textures, holy flip. I think Godzilla had hundreds of UVs at high res. Well, Godzilla is huge. Gridify Godzilla. It's difficult to know what the dog doing over there. But I guess it is too tiny. So this should be more than fine. Why is it not changing? Why are you not changing? Where are you from? Ah, you're at the back over there, right? Okay. You're probably not even gonna be seen. So you should be ultra tiny. And this one as well. Basically the same. Almost each polyface had its own UV. Oh my god. Holy flip. People love to push it sometimes. People on the industry love to push it. Oh, and I am baking in the armor one. I mean, we have space. Can do it here too. Okay. Probably be easier to do it on the other one. And this I need to rebake. This one is pretty bad. It was from the eye. It had multiple faces that kind of look like this, but this is rough. That is rough. Maybe it's easier to make it in the other one, to be fair. I don't know exactly if we have something here. That's the problem. We might have UVs that we cannot see because they don't have info. looks sick. Needs a normal map, doctor. That color, yeah. Yeah, we need to check what's going on with it. What is going there? What is going on there? Maybe flipped. Yes, that could be the case. That could indeed be the case. That they are flipped. Okay. Left, low and high, layout. Let's show the armor texture here. And let's bake. Open the bakery with a little cage probably. Well, this extrusion. Let's try that. It's very small actually. But let's see if it works. What? Oh no! Have you destroyed? You tried doing this, right? It tried. I don't know if it destroyed anything. Well, yeah, that. So I should not save the image. I can reload it maybe, right? I think I can reload it without saving. Because the material had the other texture here. So I need to change the material for armor there. And the image, I need to probably reload texture. Reload all textures. And that way you save it, because now it does not have anything there and it does not have anything there. W. I hope. Yeah, I didn't bake anything else today, so bake. Now we should get it there. I got a warning there. Let me check. We got a circle though, and it looks decent. Okay, and this strip here we got nothing, and this strip is weird. It is like it needs a bigger cage. Is it because the handles here don't have a material assigned? The magic material number 4 that has the node. That could be the case. So I can go here and assign it to everything. Okay, we should be fine. Right. I hope I didn't apply it to the other. There, everything, no. Edit, assign. Check this one. No, and the high poly. Remove it from here. That way you don't create weird redundancies. The low poly one, check the material again, and it doesn't have it for real. Really? Is it because they are shift-D? But why are they shouldn't be synchronized, right? left medallion, edit mode, assign it, and it was called like material 004 something. A bit weird, but I think that was the material. Let's see. Yeah, armor, left medallion, cylinder. I don't know why it chose this name, but okay. I hope it's not destroying anything else. Assign. And left medallion, the high poly one. If I select you in object mode, okay, you don't have anything as you should. Okay, maybe I messed up. Well, maybe no. I messed up. Okay, bake. And let me see. I got a warning last time. Bake. Texture bake. Ah, no warning this time. Okay. Okay, we got something for the handles. Don't know, that's usually a glitch. This is fine, this one is suffering a bit. That is a little bit illegal, that color. Let's try with a bigger cage and see if it gets better or not. This one got better, this one got worse. And this one worse. So it should be even a smaller cage. We can try the big one that used to work, but it's probably not a great idea. The one we need is probably a small one. A small one. Yeah, that one is scuffed. It's ultra scuffed. So let's go for a small one. So should be in this realm. Let's try something like that. Best way to check, apply it to a test model with lining and see how it looks. A test model with. I think this is why people love systems. You can see things really quickly. I was checking for Substance Painter, and as you said, Adobe bought it. They still sell perpetual licenses. People say it got a little bit worse since Adobe bought it. Like the program itself. So they did something weird to it. It is not cheap though. The perpetual licenses. I cannot remember, but I was checking it and I thought, well, this is not cheap. I bought it when it came out. Oh, lucky guy, lucky guy. Check Marmoset. Yeah, people were talking about it too. Shelbytel gave us a tutorial that was on the Marmoset webpage, right? You might be happy. Wait for deal. I will patiently wait for deal. Yes. Okay. Let's see what we can do. Let's try with this cage. I mean, to check, you just can, for example, this looks decent, this looks weird, and this looks weird only on the top. Sometimes that can happen like in places where, well, I got glitches like that, where the materials are connecting with other parts and the cage may be clipping, right? So for this, I can hide the high poly, connect the nodes, and this is my way to check. Get rid of the checker and see how it looks, basically. That's how it looks. I would say it's pretty legal. It is pretty legal. I have seen so much worse. This is glitchy. This is not great. But it is a tiny detail, and while baking here, I have seen some monstrosities, man. Yeah. Okay, so I think this is legal. I'm gonna delete this. I got a copy in the shadow realm with all the modifiers there. I should probably keep not the ones with the modifiers without touching anything, but the ones I really baked in there to be able to access them later. But because I applied everything, I didn't want to keep, because in the beginning I was applying everything. I was not. Banana said like you didn't need to apply everything really for it to be able to be baked. But I don't know why I checked it in the beginning and I thought there was really a difference. There should not be a difference, but I don't know, I was doing something wrong probably. Or maybe I had the render option unchecked or something. And I believed there was indeed a difference. So I started baking, applying everything. That's why I deleted everything, because I didn't want the file to wait 1 terabyte, basically. Okay, so this is done. And we have only the body missing. The thing is the body though has this, the feet and the trousers or the pants could be something, another object, or everything can be part of the body, really. This depends a bit. It has that little part there too. Not everything can be gratified. Yeah, sadly. Not everything should be gratified, perhaps. Let's see those seams. The legality of these seams. I marked like the middle loop, the shoulder of the foot, the side, and it goes to the center of the arm. That cut there, and this little part, I think, yeah, it's cut, it can be gratified. Okay, so that should be legal, and I need to mark the top part too. Let me get rid of the cape here. Yeah, I hadn't marked the other part. If you get texture warping, you need to relax the UVs or cut it in new places. Texture warping, it is when the squares are warped, literally, like this, like over here, right? That would need relaxing the UVs. Maybe it is when you're checking, for example, the UV colors there, and they are like very green or something, instead of the cape. Let's see. Where he be at? Like over here, possibly, right? It can use a tiny bit of relax on the UV shell, but that's a small example. Okay, but I get what you mean. Kinda. Or here is suffering. There it is suffering. But yeah, look at the texture. Here, I think I straightened these edges and I was feeling very happy about my straight edge there, but maybe maybe it was not ideal. Trust me, you try to gridify everything flat, but sometimes things need to be relaxed. Yeah, I guess, right. That can be legal. Sometimes shapes need to be kept, and that is good too, legal too. Okay, let me continue the cutting here. I think it could be this edge here. No, that was not it. So if this is the low one, is the center of this face. So from here on, okay, yeah, makes sense. But here, yeah, here you can mark everything because it does not have that part in there. Okay, I cut the tail here. Yeah. Oh, this was a misclick probably. Clear that. Okay, that seems kind of legal. Let's see what happens if we do this. I guess you can split here, but because this is not gonna even be seen. What is this guy really? This guy is a blob. A blob with lots of accessories on it. It is a mystery, a walking mystery. And this arm needs to be resculpted, but I never saw what it really is. Yeah. Oh. Okay, we can do that. The Beltery. If you know these UV cuts will be hidden, you can cut it in a lot of places to make it easier on you. The belt area, shoulders, for sleeves. Okay, so around here, you mean? Yeah, mostly, most of it is gonna be hidden. This guy barely exists under the accessories. And there maybe. Now we can grab a higher one. There, is it too high? That is pseudo legal. Maybe I did not the best work. I lowered them too much over here. Possibly. The face needs the max UV space. It will be easier to UV. But he has no face. There is nothing on here. This body is, you can barely see, well, you can see the pants and everything. You can see all of this. And the arms. And the tail, of course. The body, you cannot see. You never know what's under there. Have a look. His face, air quotes, is the eye. Like, let me go to there. There is nothing there. There is nothing. Everything is covered. We don't know what it is there, and it's never revealed in the anime or the comics. We don't know. Reminds you of the Mega Man boss on Willy's stage. Let me see. Because Mega Man has lots of characters. And lots of games. And very difficult ones. Mega Man on Willy's stage. It probably like has inspirations from something like that. Ah, is it this character maybe? This robot. I am seeing one robot that Will is piloting. But who knows? This guy has so many robots. Difficult to know which one you are referring to. Yellow Devil. Oh, there is one, yeah. There is one that looks pretty similar. It's basically a ball with an eye, arms and legs, right? Bumo. I see. Yellow Devil, a terrific and terrible boss fight. Yeah, it's pretty similar. It's like that guy was ultra covered in accessories and got a clamp and a cannon there. Yeah. Let's go. Oh, we discovered a trick. I was messing up the other day. I was misclicking a lot because I thought I was like on edit mode and I was switching between bird edges and faces with 1, 2, 3, right? But I was in object mode, and as it turns out, 1, 2, 3, like for example, reveal your collections. If you press 1, you get the low poly collection and you hide everything else. If you press 2, you get the reference collection and hide everything else. And 3, you get the high poly collection and hide everything else. And you can combine them. If you want the low poly and the references, you can press 1, Shift 2, and you get them. You can combine them. If you want to hide the reference, Shift 2. And that's pretty useful. You can, with Shift and the number, you can switch between the collections. It's actually pretty cool, but we discovered that on accident. Is my brain not sore? Well, what can I say? It is getting wrinkles there with lots of shortcuts. The thing is, when I open other program, I open Affinity, for example, when I am doing the miniatures, the thumbnails, in the middle of the night, and I try to move things with G and Blender shortcuts, and they don't work. If they were universal, man, I know I know so many shortcuts at this point, but they only work in Blender. Oh no! Well, some of them don't. The one with the brushes is kind of to grow and shrink the brushes, right? That's kind of universal. So at least I got that. But yeah. Luckily today, for example, today I slept well because I took a little bit of melatonin yesterday, and today my brain feels very clean and rested. But these past few days I felt my brain weird. I had a little bit of a headache. But now it's fine. Today is fine. I think I'm not resting well during the night. Okay. Let's try to UV unwrap this guy. I probably need another texture. It seems like I need another texture. I'm gonna create it, but I mean, with a flat material we can do a lot for this guy, but let's say it's for the sake of occlusion or something, to save the occlusion there. Shall I do only 1K for the body? Only the body is gonna be there. It's kind of big, but it's only the body, so I can create it. I will try to create it from here, straight up from Blender. Let me see. Can I do it from here? I can do it from the nodes, I know. Maybe from here too, but I have a problem with, for example, this texture. I have created it in a way that makes it doxy. Why? Man, I don't know. The rest of the textures are not doxy. But this one, it is. This particular one is doxy. Why? I don't know. It has the full path in there. The others don't. The others, I think I created them from the node itself. It had the image node has an option to create the texture from there if you click. What if you install Blender on C drive? It is on C because I use it a lot, so I think I installed it on C. And I have the option for relative paths, but relative paths works sometimes. I was trying to Google it up, that's why I was 1 minute late today. And it seems when you create an image, you get a little screen with a cog. Somewhere there is a cog that you need to go in there and select relative paths to show, I guess. 1K is okay. Okay. 4K, 8K for hero stuff. Yeah. What I need to do is, well, nah. The way to eliminate all this pain would be to create a new user session that's called cookie and has everything in there, but that would mean I have to reinstall everything. Do I want to do that? Not really. So I will bear with the pain. It is fine. Let's see if we create it from here. Will it be doxy? I don't know. We're gonna find out. Reinstall? Nope. That's why you haven't done it yet. Yeah, you know, right? You know the pain there. No, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. All the programs are legal. I have to log in into everything again on every program. No. It's not gonna happen. If I have to stay until 5 AM to censor my name every time it happens, it happens. If it leaks, it leaks. But I'm not creating a new session. No. Body. Okay. New image. W. Okay. Are you gonna be bad with me? Body texture image. I hope not. So UV body. I can straight up check right now. If I hover 3 seconds over the image, it will probably lick my name. Mira is look in Spanish. Sorry, I switched. For example, if I do it for armor, I know armor is a pretty good texture. It's not gonna dox me. Look. You see, there is a relative path. Armor, and under it is / textures, because there is a relative path. If I do it with body, it's probably gonna be... No, it's probably not gonna be doxy because it's not saved anywhere. So it will say cache, probably. If I do it with... Stream snipers, nah. We are not at that point. No, I mean, yo qué sé. I don't know. Yo qué sé is, I don't know. And the cloak is legal, but face clamp and count, illegal, ultra illegal. Cloak, legal. The other one, no. Okay. So switch to body. Have to click it like a ninja. You cannot hesitate. It's like water. When you when you are dropping water from one glass to another or something like that, water can feel your fear. You have to be decisive in your actions. Water can tell you're scared. Okay, this is not half bad. Look, looks pretty badass. And we don't really need anything else here. So, yeah, when you pour it, yeah. Is that why it spills? Yes. That's it. Water can tell you're scared. And then it tries to follow the path of the glass instead of pouring, right? You have to be decisive with it. You have to say, water, I want you to pour on this other container. So, like that. Blender can feel your fear too. If you hover too much, if you hesitate, it will dox you. That's what you get. Yeah. Have to put it upside down to make water scared. Maybe. Okay. This looks pretty cool as a texture, right? I will have to organize it probably to make it look even cooler. But what can I say? Okay, let's try to organize it. Just, I don't know, we don't have the need to, but why not? So what are you exactly? Why are you cut like that? Are you... If I were to select this, I could see what parts are being selected there. Oh, okay. So I will rotate you a little. Sure. Something like that. Because you are the back, actually. And we do this because we have tons of space here. That looks wrong. What do you mean it looks wrong? No. What do you think so? Are you showing a heat map? I am showing the stretch of the faces. Banana asked to see the stretch of the faces at some point. Yeah, the stretching map. Yeah. Scared you. Oh no. Fear not. MaroTachi. We be good over here. Okay. And this is this one. Okay. I need to see the checker because I might need to make them smaller or bigger. First of all, let's identify everything here. What part is the top and what is the bottom? Let's see. That is the bottom part. Okay. So you're fine like this. You're the front. And these are sleeves, right? Okay. From the left top. Okay. So you are pretty legal over here even. Could flip you maybe, perhaps. You seem, yeah, like you belong here. To the other side. What are you? Okay. Pretty legal. And you? What are you? Oh, you're a foot. Foot. Okay. Could be what? What is that? Are you stacked on top of each other or something? Because I'm seeing something weird here. Why are you two separated? Are you... Oh, they are the 2 feet. Okay. So... Which one is you? You are the right one. So... Can have you like over there. Let me get you out of the sound effects zone there. R180. Sorry. Oops. I had YouTube selected. Okay. R180. The other foot. Okay, what are you? What are you? Ah, you are the tip of the tail. I remember you. I remember you. Could probably merge one of your sides or something. Where is the rest of the tail though? Is this... this is the tail, right? It is muffish. It is muffish. It's massive. Huge. Look at that. Where are you? I will gratify it. I will gratify you. And sleep so good at night. Even if you are stretched. Okay. This is the tip of the tail. Are you the bottom or the tip? Okay, so I need to... Okay. Are you the front of the back? The back. Are you the front of the back? The back. So you are the front of the arm. Whoa. Okay, you are the part of the cannon. Yes. Okay, makes sense. Okay. Big good. Big good. So the center. Okay, that's part of the arm there. Okay, let's see. Having room in a texture. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Could put it over there too, but we're running out of space. Let me see right now. Using the checker here, let's compare it against the squares on the cape to see how the dog doing in reality. Those are the squares that were oops. So this needs to be bigger. Oh no. But this is never gonna be seen if we are honest, right? This one is really never gonna be seen. This particular one and this one, they are gonna be pretty hidden. They could be even smaller. These ones though, it's probably worth it to make it bigger because these ones are gonna be seen. These ones not. So these ones are probably better, even though the checker is not checking. It's not checking out. It's probably smarter to do it this way, because these ones, holy flipperino. Is that because of the resolution, right? Because that one is a 4K texture. I think so. So we're a bit cooked here. We're a bit cooked. I don't really know what to do here. Banana said you can do like 2K and you can always make it smaller in case of need. Is this resolution legally enough? Perhaps, probably. I'm not even gonna texture it manually. I'm gonna do, of course, all the bakes in there. We're gonna be baking, but other than that. So I don't know. Shall I create a body 2K or shall I leave it like this and call it a day? For the rest, really, is not that important. These are okay-ish, and they are never gonna be seen, and these are too small to really care. You can gratify that if you are gonna sleep better at night, but it's not gonna be that big of an issue. So maybe we can, I don't know, make this bigger, as big as we can at least, but because this one is really gonna be seen, not the other two, but this one, and maybe the tail. You can get a bit more in there, more info. Okay. We're under attack! Under attack! Let me see these arms. Are they that bad? The arms. This one is really gonna be seen. This one is covered by the cloak. So this one should be as big as we can make it, so that it can enjoy a bit more info in there. A little illegal here. UV Pack Master, help. Help. Isn't there like a blender option to kinda, I think, maybe the algorithm is not that great, but I think there is an option that kinda tries to cover the most of the texture. I think so. Let me see. UV, transform, mirror, snap, pack islands, transform all islands so that they fill up the UV UD as much as possible. That is pack islands. We can try to, let's see. I have to select them because I don't want it to try to do that to everything and destroy my OBs. You probably need to do this before arranging stuff, but well, first of all, let me try it without anything selected to see if it's destroying everything or not. Pack, where was it? Pack Islands. You. Exact shape, scale, rotate. Oof. This seems like a commitment here, like it's gonna... If I do pack, can I revert? Let me save. Okay, try to pack. Pack. Okay, it did nothing, great. So it didn't destroy everything. UV, pack islands. Scale and rotate. Don't rotate, just scale them. Okay. Margin, this is, okay. Wow, okay. When the order is scuffed, the margin is ultra tight, they're probably gonna bleed, right? But interesting, right? Interesting. It's basically standard Blender. So then what is the what kind of advantage does UV Pack Master give you? Like, probably the algorithm is better, probably it has more convenient options, right? Let's see. Okay, I open the window to get oxygen for my little brain. Okay, it is unpacked. Do I have a high poly body? I don't. I was gonna say, do I need a high poly body? Probably not, to be fair. But I had this same issue with other accessories that really didn't need the info though. But I want to reflect the normals in there, to have the normal texture just in case, or to have it properly UV unwrapped anyway for the occlusion. So we can try just with a simple double of the unbake from the double. You can probably like add a little subdivision or something to make them slightly different. First of all, let me get that arm in shape. So object mode, shift 2 to show the reference. Okay, and because that arm is never seen, you don't really know if it's a normal arm, if it's a furry arm. You don't know. There is an image here when he is moving the arm up, and you see the cloak, you see different bumps in here. You see, like 1, 2, 3. But is it like a human buffed arm like this one? Or is it a weird furry arm? Is it just covered by the cloak? Or has it mutated or something? Because here it's always covered in fur, but it's possibly the fur from the cloak, but we don't know. Here, for example, we can see that is the cape, right? Comes here and it's like it's stuck there, right? The cape is completely stuck in there, and over there too. I guess there you can see those little circles it has. That's very difficult to tell what's going on. What is under here? What is happening here? Should have the cloth armor over there. But we're seeing, this is the cloth armor, and these are more dangly things, like the ones he has here. I have modeled the dangly things, but I haven't modeled like I'm not gonna be doing 6 over here. I could. I actually can do it. Okay, those are dangly things. Don't know why he has spikes over here too. It's a mystery, this guy. It's a mystery. Okay, these are the dangly things. I have modeled this. As it turns out, he has more dangly things on the back too. But I don't think this model have them. The 3D model. And can we find in this reference, can we see the other arm? We can clearly see this one, right? The arm of a buff dude. But the other, I am not that sure we have it on the reference. Gonna check the art station, right? Let's see here. It is the same thing, right? Well, this one should be the arm of a buff dude, but you cannot really tell what's going on there, right? But here, same issue. It is hidden under the cape, or it does not have a very defined shape. Look, this image has lots of resolution in there. You can see the arm of the dude there, but here we get no info. It can be like a furry arm mutated with 2 things stuck in there, or it can be part of the cloak or the cape. We don't know. We just don't know. These are the faces. Look, the faces are, whoa, pogging hard. Let's see, what do we have over here? The arm of the dude over here. And what do we have over here? You can see the clamp, right? But nothing. It connects there to that blob with the cape. I guess it was never stated. Let's see. Here we kinda see it, right? Oh, look! The cloak is completely surrounding the arm. It is even kinda stitched here. And here the clamp starts over there. So mystery kinda solved. Well, kinda, because we don't know what the dog doing under here. It can probably be, I don't know. It has an arm that goes in there. Definitely. The arm definitely has a shape. But I guess you just never get to see what's going on, and that's it. The thing is, we need to surround it completely with the cape. Whatever this arm is needs to be surrounded by the cape. It's kinda pinch here due to this masking. The other arm has a little bit of the same issue. You can symmetrize to an extent, right? I'm gonna separate them a little. Should do that here too. Yeah, so we don't have problems in the future. With the bends, so it pinch over here, but you don't ever get to see that part either. So here, I don't know, just give it the general shape of a I should mask that, right? So okay, let me mask this with box selection, post box, mask. Can I select faces or something? Okay, it's automatically doing it. How did I do it originally? Brush. I know mask with the brush. No, I grew the mask. The mask. I know that, but I think it's going through. It's going through. I want to do it like this. Can I select faces, please? Mask by color, edit face set. I don't think so. If I select in edit mode, it's only selected there. If I switch, it is not selected here, right? Worst case scenario, you can create a vertex group, but I think that's a little bit too much. Well, can I select with the lasso thingy? Lasso mask, yeah. Okay. That's legal enough. Okay, can I grow that? Grow, grow, grow. Okay, why is that masked? It's growing that too, right? The one I previously had, yeah. Well, I guess I don't care if the other side gets a little bit of mask there. Okay, it's just so that shape remains. So what's happening there? Who knows? Who knows? It is a mystery. But at least let's give it some sort of pseudo-legal arm shape. Are you being squished there? You don't want them to pinch too bad there or something. is masked, right? Shift I to invert the mask, or what? Control Shift I. Control I. Okay. Dangerous though. I can modify that rim, but oof. This got kinda flattened indeed. It was Alt-M to clear the mask. I think so. Yeah. Alt-M. Smooth it a bit so that it gets unpinched, and this, yeah, it does not understand. When did this happen? When did this happen? Let's see. There. Well, it was a little squeezed. Okay. Yeah, I don't like this edit mode being completely transparent, and I don't know how to fix it. Wireframe or something. View layer. I really don't know. Has been bothering me for a bit on this project. Is there a way to select this ring and flatten it with loop tools maybe? Flatten it. To make it parallel to this one. Was with circle. Let's see if we can circle that. Is that decent enough? When did that happen? I hope it was not always selected, because if I do flatten there, is that legal? Kinda, sorta, kinda. The problem is here, it's not very visible though. This is, maybe we can select these faces or something and flatten them with a C0 or something. Select this globe. You can select the loops here. 1, 2. Okay. And how can we get the normal with that? Oh, that was it. SC0. W. Okay, we're cooking here. Okay, we're getting the blender mind. Okay, something like that. It's gonna be covered by the cloak or the cape, and it should probably be stitched to the other side. Okay, let me create a new body object. Shift D, keep it there under control. Body height poly HP with all its modifiers. I should, let me see, does the body, no, the body should have, yeah, it has 4 materials in there. They are the old materials, right? And not this one. This one is a new one, but I can join this color anyway. It probably got deleted anyway. So I'm gonna keep visor here. Okay, that's that color. You can call it visor again, I guess. Well, without visor, without. Is this color even used here? Because I'm not very sure about that. Is it used? Let me get rid of the checker. No checkering. Yeah, I don't think so. I really don't think. Oh, for the tail maybe. For the tail, right? Okay. Okay. Got it. So yeah, I will duplicate you. Call you tail. Okay. And delete you from here. Arm R. This is the color of the body basically. Arm is body basically. Body. These are the old colors. And Canon orange. Okay. These are the old colors. Old meaning they don't have an image node. So now I can duplicate the high poly one again. Should probably not do this, but let me do it. Shift D again and cancel. Didn't work. Shift D and cancel. Just store this in this collection. Should probably store the one I work with. But what can I say? let me see, the bevel and the subdivision. We need to apply them probably. I have a weight here, so yeah, I have indeed weighted bevels, so yeah. Apply subdivision, apply bevel, or get rid of the checker, and get another subdivision in there, just because we can. Just one. Okay, and try to bake this into the low poly. You and you. Let me switch here. For the texture is body. In the low poly again, I need to change all the old materials for the new ones. The body does not have a cannon anymore. It was separated, so it does not need this material. The visor, I don't think is needed. Cannon orange is needed, but I think it exists, but there is no an orange material with the body texture, so it needs its own material. I need to come here on the weekend and clean all these materials. So I need one material per texture and color, like for example orange texture body, and that needs to be its own material. Image texture, normal map, texture, body. It was not doxy. I saw it for a minute there. It was not doxy because it's not saved on the memory of my computer yet. Always remember to save your textures. It's always a good idea. For body. Gonna be body basically. Body, texture, body. Okay. Join the color. Copy that. And paste it here. Boop. There we go. Okay. Can you see anything there? Image texture, normal map. I can get rid of that, come here, select this, copy, paste. That's gonna be faster. Okay, card middle rim is the tail. Okay. Copy. Paste the color there. It's gonna be called tail texture body. Okay. And paste here those nodes. Okay. W. Get rid of that. Get rid of the body of the Canon orange. Those are all the new materials. Okay, now we can perform the bake. If I remember correctly, I was thinking about this morning. Was not Emosic was baking too. I was asking, what is Emosic baking? And she was saying like, I am learning how to bake metallic colors into the textures, I think. So she was probably baking the material, the reflections there, maybe. I don't know, something like that, right? So let's try a bake. Open the Blender bakery. Let me move a little to the side. That way you can see better what's going on there. Blender bakery. I'm a little, I should be like over here. I'm gonna move in real life. But I will need to move the chair or something. Okay. So, Blender bakery. Bake. This is the menu. Select it to active. And let's try with a small cage. Let's see what happens. Is it gonna explode? No, it did kinda decent. Okay, that's from the pant. The trousers there. Okay, this is part of the where it meets the cannon, right? And that cylindrical part, maybe they are overlapping or something. I don't know why you get these kind of bands. I guess it's when there is a difference in subdivisions. You can get something like that. Let's try with a bigger cage. Let's see if it looks better or what. And let's check the... No, the normal should be fine, right? Because I'm seeing red there. But that's the inside. We got more glitches now. Here. I guess that's because when you make the cage bigger, it's kind of like clips on itself or something. Let's see if it gets worse. Yes, it gets worse. So the cage should be very tiny. So in this realm probably. Let's see with a bigger than the one we made before. I don't know why. Okay, this is pretty decent. I don't know why we are not getting, well, or maybe we are. We're getting some info there. It's not like nothing, it's nothing too crazy, but we get a few crazies here and there, I guess. Okay, I guess, yeah. Okay, so let's go to the low poly model, hide the high poly, grab the low poly, come to the here, the modifiers, get rid of the checker, connect all the material nodes, color, normal to normal, all the material nodes, orange. Oh, everything is orange. Oops, we have to assign, okay, the new materials. So color to color, normal to normal, color to color, normal to normal. Okay, now in edit mode, select what is what. I don't know if we have a color for the shoes though. It should be a metallic color, and I don't think we have a metallic color here. I can join it. I will check the other model first of all. So first let's paint everything the body color. Assign. So now everything is green. Now the orange color. From these faces we grow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 steps. Maybe one more. And we grab the orange and assign. Okay, and for the tail, easy peasy. We can grab from the tip here. We keep growing until there. And we assign. Okay, and now we're missing the shoes. Can have a look. Tail is painted. Probably went one face too far. Like that one. This ring. There. That's body color. Okay. All right. And for the shoes though, I need to find a metallic color. Let me check. High poly. Ah, it's visor. The color is visor. Gonna join kit. Come here again. Create new material. Paste it here. Oops. Oof. I copied instead of pasting. Can I get it back? Control C. Not really. No problem. No problem. Maybe. Body low poly. Change the color again. Paste it there. Okay. This is visor, let's say. Visor. Texture body. Okay, and come here and join the nodes, copy, paste, boom. Okay, and connect the normals and assign in edit mode from the faces. You grab those and you start growing like over there, maybe. That's part of the pond, right? Maybe over there. Can be, or that. Let's make that the armor. Assign. Let's have a look. Okay, decent enough. Why? What is going on here? Do you see this? This is kind of weird, right? They have the same material, but possibly the normals we baked, for whatever reason. Look at this. What is going on here? Why is the illumination so weird, right? It's ultra shiny here. It's like everything here is gray. Have I not selected this and assigned them? How's the body? Selecting that material, right? Yeah, this is visor, this is body. But it looks metallic though. Well, this is ultra shiny too. Guess it depends on the, let me see. But yeah, it looks like this. Why is this going on? Why is it? I mean, this is the seam. I get it. But what's going on here with the normals? This is probably an issue with the normals. 100%. This guy looks fine. The high poly version. Banana! Welcome back! How are you doing? Ah, this is the last item I had to bake the normals to, so the suffering is coming to an end. Well, we're gonna start with occlusion now, but I need to check how to do it because I don't know how it works. Welcome, banana, welcome. I was trying to check because for whatever reason this is the high poly, right? But look at the dog here. Look at the low poly. How is this even legal? I assigned the normals, but we're getting this weird effect around the seams. Why could this be the case? This is the texture with everything baked on it, but oh yeah, I messed that up. Good catch. Single image, non-color, right? Color space, non-color. Do I have to rebake? Possibly, right? Or maybe I think it was like single image, right? Single image, non-color. But it changed everything. It tried to reload or something. It wasn't saved on memory. But I'm gonna copy this node, paste it in every material, right? Ah, it changed automatically. Single image, non-color, single image, no-color, single image, non-color, single image, non-color. Okay, so we can try baking again. I am glad I didn't delete that. Okay, let's give it a try. And I'm gonna show you a funny glitch after this, or a fun one. It's what? An initialized image of body from object body. Uninitialized. So I need to create another image from here. It's like it deleted it. Well, it reloaded it, and because it was only on cache, maybe that's why. So I need to grab this one again. Image. Do I need to create a new one? Not really, right? The UVs are fine. Yeah, the UVs are fine. Do I need to save it? No, it was able to bake first previously without an issue. What I need to do is disconnect this. That is for sure, but that's not gonna help with the bake there. Disconnect all of this, get disconnected. I think this happened to me last time with the other image. How can I initialize opencast render? Replace, reload. Maybe I can reload it. Needs to be body, yeah. Reload, maybe. Yeah, it's gonna refuse, right? What the? Okay. Bake. An initialized image. Body from object body. I don't know. Shall I create a new image? New. Body 2. Alpha. Blank. New image. I guess. Body 2. If I were to change it to body 2, it does the same. Maybe I need to do body, and instead of single image I need to do generated and non-color. Maybe that was what was making it angry, that I selected single image instead of generated. I need to check my notes, the other ones. I hope they are fine. Let's see all the materials. Generated linear non-color. Okay, they are all fine. Okay, repeat generated not color. Okay, some are selected though. Okay, no problem. Right. Let me see that the high poly does not have any weird node in there. Okay, great. Low poly, high poly, Beccarino. Okay. Oh, this looks better now. This looks more like a normal map, at least. The information is the same, to be fair, to be honest. Let me hide the high poly and connect everything again. Color, color. Normal, normal, color, color. Normal, normal, color, color. Normal, normal, color, color. Okay. So this is the low poly guy. Get rid of that magnet. Wow, okay. Looks fine, right? Body. It looks fine. No more issues. Why? Holy flip. Why was it that different, man? Oh, it was so weird before, right? You could really tell the scenes and everything. It really affects the color space there. Non-color. Holy flip. Let me show you a fun one. A fun incident we had on another texture. For example, here, UV editing, so that we can see it bigger. Or texture paint. Okay. And this one is fine. Let me show you. Armor is fine, probably. But we get the UVs from the other one. But let me deselect here. Wow. Deselect. Okay, armor is fine. Okay. Legal. Kinda. Body. Kinda legal. Well, it's the new one. This one. Look at this. Does that glitch seem familiar? That glitch is basically this whole texture. It's rebaked into that tiny space in there. What a flip. Was it because of the redundancy? Did the high poly had an image node in there, and was it even connected? Was it disconnected? I don't know what the issue could be, but that was pretty peculiar. A peculiar glitch. And I got this other one here, while baking the eye. MaroTachi told me to check the normals, but maybe they were flipped or something. Because it looked, I've never seen that. Which one? Because we have issues here to I need to check what part got baked in there. But yeah, I was checking one part and I thought I think it was part of the clamps or something, the tip or something. And I think I recognized this thing or something. And I thought, what is that? How did that got in there? A Blender mystery. and this one is fine. I got a little issue on the card when I was baking from a very similar object. Let me see this. Okay, non-doxy. Here for the card. Where is the card? On the armor, not here. Armor. Here, this is the card. I got a few issues here on these faces. Let me show you in the model. But you got there is a triangle here. I don't know, you can barely tell, right? There is a triangle that goes over here. This should be a flat face, but it is not. And I got another here. It's barely visible, but it's there. And it kind of is there in the high poly model too. Well, let me see. Card, high poly and low poly. Look, because there is a bit of sea fight in there. Can you see that that triangle actually appears? There is kind of a glitch there. And this is the low poly. No, look, the low poly also has it. What the flip is that? The low poly has the triangle there. When did that happen? So I cannot say anything because it is there. It is on a smooth shading. Well, it has everything connected. It has the material connected, so we are seeing it. Sorry. That was my... The material is connected, so we are seeing the information of the normal. Sorry. It is on a smooth shading. Oh, that could make sense. That can make sense. Card low poly. First of all, let me disconnect the nodes again for the low poly. Disconnect the nodes. Oh no, this is for body. Oh, I am really not an enjoyer. Because here you can see it is body. Because when I saw this orange and body and I was like, what is this? It is for the body. I had the other selected and I thought this would be their materials, but switch object, select only this. Now these are the materials, and I have this problem here where the image come from. Single image. This is not generated, this is single image. Maybe I need to switch it to generated. What does generated mean? Generated image. I have some objects with single image and some with generated. But you have so many textures on the card. It has 3 different colors. Why? I think because it was the first object I made. I started straight up joinking from the reference here, shift 2. I had it here and I said rim. Well, it was not this one, the one I used, right? It was the one from the model. This one. And with the eyedropper, I started ping, joinking the colors. And that's why I got 3 colors. The low poly has 3 textures in there. Let me disconnect the normal map of them all. Okay, this should be the low poly with the normal shadows. Legal, pretty legal. No triangular nonsense in there. Okay, pretty legal. You didn't bake the diffuse color. Yeah, no. What is that? Is that a new baking method? I only bake normals. That's the only thing I kinda know how to do. Assuming I know how to do it is assuming a lot. But I kinda know. Let me see the card high poly here, and let's see how is it shaded. This is the card high poly. How many materials does it have? It has 0 materials. None. I disconnected them because they had, well, I removed them because they had the nodes. I duplicated the other and they had all the nodes. So you don't need 3 separate materials for each color. You can make the colors from the high poly to a texture. Yeah, we can create an automatic texture, basically. But I need another image, right? I should not do it on the same image I bake the normals into, right? I can create a texture, basically a texture image, but it's gonna be created from the colors of the high poly. Okay, that sounds legal to me, right? We're gonna start baking occlusion too, so we have to do it anyway. So I need to create a new, well, I think I have another copy of the card with all the colors in there. Anyway, we can, worst case scenario, we join them from the low poly and we remove the nodes. So no problem. No problem. Well, I think they have names. Let's see, card high poly needs 3 slots here, and they are basically the first materials. Card middle rim is one of those. Card upper rim, but without the texture. I don't know if it exists anymore. Possibly not. It probably does not exist anymore. So many materials, man. This is ultra messy. But yeah, it's probably a better idea to do it that way. So can I bake it from, I think I have another model. Card HP, do I have another over here in the collection? Nope. No, I don't. Weird, but it can happen. No problem, because we straight up join the ones with the upper rim, middle rim, and the other, how is it called? Bottom TX. Okay. Luckily the names are very descriptive for the card, not for all of them. Bottom. Okay. And I can change the name to make it card bottom, I need to unlink them because changing the name there changed the name of the material and it did not unlink them. I need to click this to make a single user copy. Okay, and now I can change the name card bottom. This would be an independent material, card middle, and the upper thing, upper rim. Okay, and we can get rid of the nodes. Boom, nothing, and boom. Okay, great. The thing is, you need to assign them though. So all bottom assign. The middle is gonna be you, and you. Grow a step, maybe two, a few because of the bevel. Okay, like that. Card middle, assign, and the upper you. I cannot select the ring, right? Oh, the bevel. The bevel. Okay, something like that. Something like that. We need to select those corners better. That's more like it. Okay, like those thingies, and we apply the upper ring. Okay, this would be the high poly. How can we bake these colors to the other one? Legal enough. Okay, let me see. Let me think. The unwraps are done, so we can bake. So we can select low poly, high poly. We need to create probably a new image. So this one probably we need to stay. I don't know how is the convention for this thing. I'm gonna save real quick. Body PNG. Okay. Relative path. That was what? Yeah. Okay, that's what destroyed me last time when I saved the image. So I think, yeah, we'll do it off stream. Blender calls them diffuse. Okay, so shall I change the name of, well, I will call the new images like body diffuse, everything, armor diffuse, cloak diffuse. Other programs use color, albedo. Yeah, Unity uses albedo, right? For the textures. I did that for Beachy Beachy. The texture I created was a plain texture I hand painted. And I dropped that into the albedo box. So this is diffuse in Blender. Okay. I will create a new image. It's gonna be called body. No. Let me see where the card is. I think it's in armor, possibly. Yeah, armor. So I'm gonna create armor diffuse. Armor diffuse. And I think it was a 2K texture. So I'm gonna do ×2. ×2. Okay. I don't know. Maybe something like that. So armor diffuse. the low poly only has the normals here. Diffuse, we have diffuse here. We have a thing that in the principal BSDF, in the material, right, of the low poly, we have a diffuse, but only has roughness, but it has a node in which we can connect something. Is that where we need to connect our new texture? Maybe I need to add a new texture node. Image texture, armor diffuse, and instead of normal map, is there that thing is called roughness. Let me see, float. Specifies microfacet roughness of the diffuse base. Or does it attach in base color instead? Maybe that makes sense, right? I don't know. Let me see. The UVs work, I guess. They should. They are there. I can move to armor diffuse. Okay, they are in place. We don't need to touch them. So armor diffuse, we go to the bakery. Bake, instead of normals, we're gonna bake combined ambient occlusion, shadow, position, UVs, roughness, emit, environment, diffuse. Diffuse, view from above surface. Okay, selected to active. So from the high poly to the low poly, Bakerino. What do we get there? It's baking. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I don't know if we got a warning or something. But it's baking. 2%, 4, 0, 1, 2, 3. It's maybe trying to do the three materials. We got something. It's barely noticeable. But we can see the rim there. But only that one. Because it is card middle rim. No, this does not make sense. But card middle ring is the only, I was gonna say, it's the only one that has that node. But no, not even. You can uncheck object and indirect those bake the lining. Maybe that's why is that. So you can uncheck object and indirect. What is object? It's probably direct and only bake color, right? Because this bakes the light and the reflection, and the light I have is pretty mild. So do I have to go to cartel P? No, right? And add a new node, a new diffuse node for everything to be able to bake, or it does not matter for this one. Just baking the color. That's fair enough. I did not get a warning. Doing the big thing is there. It restarted again. Okay, it baked the upper thingy. And why has it only, well, maybe if this one is kind of similar to the other, possibly, right? It's two colors are kind of gray, but I don't know. We should be able to see something, right? The high poly carta per rim has nothing special. And the materials here, middle has nothing and bottom has nothing. Do I have, maybe, do I need to do it independently, one by one? I don't think so, right? That does not make sense. Bakery, color selected to active. Output image textures, don't clear the image please and thank you. Maybe it's a matter of adjusting the cage, but they are pretty identical, these two objects, so it shouldn't change that much, but well, we can try with a big one. Let's see if it's better. I don't know, something changed. I don't think it was for the better or for worse. Check the UVs. That's the only thing that is baking there. I don't know what is that though. Because I have both selected. This is the low poly that's properly unwrapped, and that's a mess. And what? Low poly. Okay, yeah. Low poly is this one, right? And that is possibly because it's separated. And the high poly, if you were to select it, well, let me hide it, hide the low poly. The high poly is that because it was not properly unwrapped. So it exists, but are the materials assigned to the high poly, you mean? I think the low poly has materials assigned. It has materials with color and the nodes for the normals. Let me check the high poly. It should have, let me see. High poly, materials, upper rim, middle and bottom. If they were not assigned, you could not, you would see like a white object here, right? It only has this node, the material, plain and simple material. Does it have to? No, probably not, right? Does not need anything special because this one works, for example. This one works, the rest don't. Weird that the middle is the only thing baking. Indeed. Do I need upper rim? It's the first material is the one that's baking. Yeah, that is the first material. Maybe I need or to select them all or to have this checked when I do the bake. Low poly, high poly. Or maybe I need to bake only the high poly and not the low poly. No, because we are using the low poly UV. We're using the low poly UV. Yeah, we need them both. And maybe I will bake with these cell materials. No, this one is from the low poly. Let's try it. I think the last time I was in high poly, I had the middle one selected. Let's see if it bakes all the slots in there. Bake with a smaller cage. Like that. Bake. Diffuse. Bake from multi-res. That is if you have a multi-res modifier, right? Nah, it's baking the first material again. Got better because the cage was smaller, but we need to bake the 3 slots. Let me try to Google that. Switch to the cycles render engine and add a new image texture node to each material. Create a new image for each. Is it because in the low poly is the only one that I got the diffuse node here? Middle rim. This one should be this, right? Yeah, maybe I need to go here in the low poly version and add this node to all of them, right? I think so. I think this is the problem. To all its materials. Then you are not baking the material from the... or yes. Are you making the color from the high poly, really? Or is it the color from the low poly? I don't know. Materials. Let me add the node here. I think this is it then. And the upper one. Okay, they need the node, I think. Now from the high to the low, the other way around. Bakery. Bake. Yeah, they need the node. Okay, cool. Armor diffuse. Let me save. Relative path. Thank you. Armor diffuse. So how can we connect it to the low poly version? We connect color to base color, maybe. Color to base color. Or to diffuse. Armor diffuse. Maybe you need a map. Normal map. Is there a diffuse map? Map. UV map. Mapping map range. Normal map. Vector map. No, vector mass. That's it. Image texture. Yeah. By adding nodes, I needed to add a diffuse node, armor diffuse, to, well, a texture image, right? To every, I need to add the image texture to every material of the low poly version. The thing is, what am I baking now? Am I baking the materials from the low poly or from the high poly? They are the same, to be fair. But what are we doing really? And how can I connect it? If I were to get rid of the materials from the low poly, for example, I cannot, because they contain the, you know, the materials from the low poly contain the normal map. Connect it to the color, like color to base color. But base color are more diffuse. That's fine, but are we simplifying anything really? Then you can delete the others. But I cannot get rid of this banana, right? These are the materials that hold all these nodes. The normals too, right? Maybe I can add this node to the high poly and delete the old ones. That I can. I think that's fine. I think that's a W. We can do that. They share the same texture. Yeah. The same texture. Only different is the color. So for the high poly, you mean I can delete these materials that have no nodes? To simplify my material list. No, on the low poly. Okay, the low poly. I can delete these materials. And when if I were to delete these materials, don't I lose all the normals and everything? Like, okay, this is the low poly. I will delete the materials. No normals, no colors. Your normal map has several objects on it. Yes. They can all share the same material. You might be right. So I can create a massive texture and I can store all the information. For example, for armor, everything that's on the armor texture will have only one material for the normals and the colors and the occlusion and everything. Everything is gonna be stored there. And that way it's ultra easy to go into Unity and you only have to connect one material. Big brain. Yes. Banana. Yes. Big brain. So we only need one now here. That's why the color persisted when I was deleting the bottom and the middle too. Because we had enough info only with one material connected there, the base color. Whoa, this material is gonna call texture armor, everything that's in armor, or straight up armor. Well, from now, just texture armor. So we know it's the GigaChat material. And the normals, yeah, we were always connecting the same node there. Oh my god, the cleaning. Oh, amazing. We're gonna clean this file like, wow, thank you. Okay. Can we make occlusion for this now that we are on a streak here? What is occlusion? Occlusion is like the shadows. It creates like a kind of a fake shadow. It is not actually fake, right? But I don't know still what it is. We still have this that work, the high poly and the low poly, properly UV unwrapped. I can create a new texture that's gonna be called armor occlusion. I'm gonna create, you're not doxy, right? You're good with the cookie, yes. I'm gonna create a new texture that's gonna be called armor occlusion. Is it written like that? One S, only one S. Okay. Do you think we should bake anything else apart from diffuse, normals, and occlusion? Is there something interesting we might be missing? Another image texture. And this one is gonna have armor occlusion. Generated image. The color needs it's sRGB, no non-color. Makes sense. So it worked. It was by luck, straight luck, but and for occlusion, does it need to be non-color, or does it need to be like sRGB too for occlusion? Dancing to the Kirby music. I don't know. I will go straight to the bakery. Ambient occlusion is black and white. So color space should be some games combine color texture with the ambient occlusion on a multiply layer. But should they be like two independent textures? Or can a texture be half layers? And will the game understand that? It makes sense. You just modify the color, right? Straight up. You're modifying your color image with the multiply, and you apply a color In Blender you're only merging the color in there, but in reality the color has been pre-multiplied with the occlusion. That's how you get the shadow there, right? But shall it be an independent image? Shall we bake? I think the Blender Bakery gave us the option to bake combined things. Maybe that's how you do it. I don't know, you're the pros here. Bake type instead of diffuse, combined. What is combined? Is it something? Contributions, diffuse, glossy, transmission, emit. And it does not let you change anything. It's combining diffuse, glossy is for the crystal or something, and emit. I think it's looking at the nose I had in the project, because I have emit for the eye, I have glossy for the lens in the Canon, diffuse, do I have a diffuse node? No, well, we have the other texture, but I don't know how is it getting. Maybe because we baked it previously, right? And transmission, I really don't know what transmission is. Selected to add image textures, adjacent faces, the margin, right? Maybe this is not it, the combined thingy. Ambient occlusion, position, normal UV, roughness, emit, environment, diffuse, glossy, and transmission. So I think to bake occlusion, ambient occlusion, selected to active, Cartel P. I mean, all bakes are okay, W. That's what I wanted to learn. Banana. So we bake separate images. Some games have the option, be it by Unity or whatever other engine they are using, or internal programming, they multiply the layer and maybe they plug it in one node or something. Okay. So another image node here, armor occlusion. I'm gonna copy it and paste it on all the Cartel P materials that are only one, because we simplified it. Yes, okay. So cart high poly, cart low poly. Let me check the UVs. They still check out. Okay. High poly, low poly. Blender Bakery. Ambient occlusion. Select the other way around. To the low poly. Bake for me. Texture bake is happening. Okay. Seems legal. Is what black and white. Seems legal to you. This might be glitchy, but this is the base of the thingy. It's clipping through the helmet, I think. So this might be legal. And they are stacking. They are stacking. I have two squares that are stacking here. Well, they both are clipping. So you maybe get a FAPTA in there. So we don't know. Let me see. There are ways to combine them on RGB texture. So roughness is on the blue channel and metallic is the red channel, and oh, that is pretty big brained. Oh, that is cool. We have metallic materials in this model. We can bake the metallic thingies too. I haven't like set them up properly yet, but everything here should be metallic, almost. Well, the card is metallic. I think I only did and the shoulder pad. The shoulder armor is actually metallic, for real. Let me see. Where are you hiding? Shoulder pad. This is the one material that I have officially made metallic. The rest is not metallic yet, but the card, the clamp, everything could be metallic too. Well, this one is metallic exposed, the others could be painted though. I mean, painted metal is painted with... This could be metal probably, and maybe the others, some of the others can stay like painted with enamel or something like that, right? Well, enamel is shiny sometimes. Okay. Where do you plug the occlusion? Emission. Base color, metallic, roughness, IOR, alpha normal, diffuse, so surface, specular transmission, ambient occlusion, my boy. Maybe I need to combine these two into one with a mixed node. The color and the occlusion. And you plug it into color. Either you combine them on an image editor or you use the math node with multiply. Math node? Oh, you pre-multiply it here. Okay, math multiply. I didn't know math has multiply. Multiply. Literal, the math multiply does multiply like a photo editor will? Is that where it comes from? It's straight up multiplying. It is straight up multiplying to numbers. Let me see, because this node displays some options here. Quite a bit of options. So you can have a look. Multiply is here for functions. But maybe power, logarithm, square root, absolute exponent, min, max, less, greater, sign, compare, rounding, trigonometry, conversion. Multiply is a straight up multiplication. I thought you mixed the nodes or something and that's it. So color to value 1. Occlusion to value 2. Something... No, nothing happened yet because it is not connected yet. Let me hide the high poly. Low poly has nothing. Value to color. That worked, but this is scuffed. It makes sense though, because it's clipping with the helmet. Most likely. Let me show the helmet. Woo! Sir! Okay. It is scuffed. That should not be the case, but it's working. So this is a straight up multiplication. This is always, it was always called multiply because it's literally multiply. The more you know, man. The more you know. So, and we can plug the normals if we want. Color to color, normal to normal, and then you got this thing with this issue, this triangle there, that probably should not be there. So let me try to fix the triangle thingy. The triangle, why is it there? Is it not on the high? It is not on the high poly one. Maybe I'm gonna try a back again here. Low poly, high poly. I don't think the color will affect the normal baking. Let me check the materials on the high poly. I don't think any of them have that node. Okay. Low poly, high poly. Bake. First of all, let me save all images before destruction happens. Shade smooth on the low poly. Smooth or flat? Okay, let me select the low poly. Shade smooth. Very scuffed. And I'm gonna bake. Shall I set smooth the high poly one too? Very scuffed. You get the triangle there when you say smooth. You get the triangle. You see, high poly shaded smooth has the triangle. If I shade flat and shade flat and I bake, it doesn't have the modifiers. Let me see. Low poly, low poly. Shade smooth. Hide. Turn on. Card high poly. Shade smooth. Card high poly. Modifiers. You mean the high poly? High poly. It has no modifiers, I would say. Smooth by angle. Does when you bake the normals, it always trigger smooth, like shade smooth for you before baking? That's why we were getting the triangle. Okay, that seems to work. Okay. So, low poly, high poly. Bake. Oh no. I am making ambient occlusion. Luckily I saved, just in case something exploded, but no. Bake normals. And show me armor. That's it. Bake. Circular dependency. A what? I am baking normals, but it tried to break. No, it baked it in the armor occlusion image. I could understand circular dependency if we had a node connected, but I have a node connected, but it is like for the color only. You have to select the texture node. I have to select one of the nodes. Okay. This I need to reload. I learned this by messing up. I can reload textures because I just, you see, it is not saved. You can reload the texture and it does not break. That's how you revert the bake. You have to select the node that you're baking into. Holy flip. Okay. I'm getting wrinkles in my brain, eh? I'm getting wrinkles here. So I wanna bake on the armor there. Okay. Low poly, high poly. With this node selected and no other. With no nodes on the high poly. You bake. Let's bake. There we go. We got power in there. Why is it so different from the other colors? It's like it didn't have non-color in there. And it also has the triangle, of course. And this node has non-color there. I am baking normals, tangent, the cage. Everything seems legal over here. But this bake looks like when you have, well, it looks like this, to be fair. Pretty different from the rest though. And it might be legal, but it has the triangle. Very illegal. But the high poly does not have the triangle. It has a smooth biangle that prevents the explosion there. It will have the triangle, but this prevents it, or it should prevent it. Let me check all the faces. The render thing is triggered. It's triggered here too, on them both. This might be the issue. I was talking like the reason I was applying every modifier that you said. I don't think there is really a difference. Just by the modifiers living there, it should be automatically taken into account. But I told you in the beginning, I thought I'd notice a difference when I apply them. Let me try to apply it and see if something changes. Might not, actually. Because to me, it does not make sense that this is the case. But it might actually be the case. So low poly, high poly. Selected this node. Bake. Let's see if the bake changes. And it did not change. So, banana, you were right. No, it just finished, but it did not change at all. So, why is this the case? That it's not changing. I mean, I will try with a bigger cage, because it might, you see that they clip by default, right? They are clipping weirdly like this. maybe I need a bigger cage there. I will check, or a smaller one. But good news, because we don't need to apply the modifiers. So we can go back a few steps. Smooth biangle can live there, should not affect. So low poly to high poly. Armor selected. Baking normals. Okay. And change the cage. Make it bigger. Let's see what happens if we make it bigger. It's doing the big bakes in there. Have you noticed anything? Did it change? Has it finished? Now it finished now. I'm not noticing anything. It's not different. This is the external face, and it's the one that's living clearly. Let's try to make it even bigger, like big chunker. Let's see if this makes a difference. If it doesn't, we can go the other way. We can choose. Okay, it's saved. No difference. We can go small. They are both shaded. They are both shaded smooth. I think so. Can try again, but they should. They both should be shade smooth and shade smooth. The low poly one does not have shade the modifier smooth by angle. Card HP, why I'm not seeing the modifier? Have I gone? Maybe I went too far with the Control C. What the? Well, I can put it there again. Was a low value, if I remember correctly, like 4 or something like that. Lower, yeah, something like that. Okay. Oh, if you shade smooth, do you remove smooth by angle automatically? Is that what just happened there? If I grab the object and I shade smooth, does the modifier smooth by angle disappear? Yes, it does. We just learned something. Cartel P is shaded smooth. Okay. No. The LP, I mean. LP. Shade smooth. This one is smooth, is shaded smooth, but smooth by angle at the same time. Okay. So we should be fine. Carta HP and LP. Bakerino. Baking normals. Space tangent. Ah. And look, here we have something that says RGB. Swizzle RGB X, Y, and Z. Do we have something like that in diffuse? No. Diffuse, no. Diffuse is the color, and in occlusion, ambient occlusion, no, we don't have RGB thingies here. No. Okay. Yeah, I guess these colors indicate the positions of the normal. That's it. Let's bake. The low poly should be on shade flat, I guess. Okay. We can try. Okay. This did not change. We can try first of all with this. No, if I were to connect, yeah, let's do shade flat, I guess. Shade flat. High poly with the smooth areno there, and bake. Let's see, does that change? Okay, that really did change. Possibly like too much, no? These are glitches, right? Maybe we can fix those increasing the cage, or maybe it's because the cage was too big already. Let's try with a little cage. Let's see how that looks. But it really did change. I don't know if that was for the worse, really. Okay, it's better now, I guess. Less glitchy for sure. Is this legal enough? Or is that ultra flat? Do you think that makes sense? We can give it a look. I will hide the high poly, connect the normals. Color. I mean, it looks... Oh, it has a little glitch. There. But for the most part, on every corner it has a little glitch. Where is it? I think it's... I cannot see it here. Is it in other texture? Maybe it's in occlusion or something? Or in... But for the most part it looks fine. Do you have some weird topology there? Well, possibly. Let me check. That is a face. I mean, I straight up created that shape. Yes. Is that very illegal? I created that shape straight up. Cutting it here, and I said, whoa, that's beautiful, pretty clean. Oops. Shall I try to make everything quads? Select the bottom one and hit Ctrl T. This. There is your triangle. Control T. The triangle. Oh no. Shall I knife or something? Wow. But I need to fix them both. Or well, I shift D. I fix the low poly and I shift D. The high poly really... I don't think there is a difference. The high poly has a bevel. I added a bevel there. I think that is it. Well. If it isn't the consequences of our own actions. We can add a loop cut there to start trying to fix this mess. Is it that bad though? Or can we let it live? This is the low poly one. It's actually... I mean, it's actually a miracle that we only had that issue there, right? Maybe just by fixing this face, we can get it to work. With a few cuts, a few kniferinos. You can try to triangulate to it. Maybe it works. What is that? The Control T. Modifier. Cartel P. Or Control T. What is the modifier? Let me see. Triangulate. And apply it on both the low and the high. Okay, I will try it straight up like this. Apply. Just the low. Okay. Wow, this feels ultra illegal. Just looking at that mesh, everything I learned. Oh. Well, it's worse, right? You can really tell. Doesn't matter because it does not deform. In a way, shouldn't the normals correct that? The UV unwrapping is different, but because everything is contained in there, it should have not exploded, just corrected. As it did. Does the baking change? Let's see. With this selected, well, remove it so that there is no circularity. Bake the normals. We got new colors here. Let me connect them. We got a few lines in here that were not there before, and we still have the triangle. Let me check if that triangle by any chance is in the occlusion texture, because I'm seeing here this rim from the occlusion texture, right? Armor occlusion. Yeah, look at it. It is here, and it is on the occlusion texture, not on the normal ones. It is here, actually. Look at it. Shall I try to rebake occlusion? So occlusion is this one. Okay, shall I disconnect it? Possibly, right? You can try. Bake occlusion. Bake. Looked pretty clean, but something changed. Is it cleaner? Well, we have still one little line there, but this one and another there. But it might be cleaner than the previous one, perhaps. We don't have the triangles. It is cleaner on that sense. We have a few lines over here. Can you tell? Here and here. And another one here in the middle. Yeah, angles can cause weird shading. I guess, yes. Are they present here, those things? They are not in occlusion. Let me check another texture. Armor diffuse. Armor diffuse is pretty clean, I would say. No weird shenanigans. Armor normals though. Armor normals has those new lines. But my question is, can we get rid of some of those lines with a better gauge? Perhaps. It's pretty clean though. So, I mean, it's not like an ultra glitch or something. Well, maybe here this face should not be like a different color, right? But other than that, let's see. Let's try with a different gauge. Unplug the color and the normal. Select this node, high poly, low poly, and bake normals. The gauge is very little. Let me give it a try there. See what happens. No warnings. It finished shaving. Nothing changed. That means that was the gauge we were using. Shall we try a smaller gauge? Are there more glitches or less glitches? More glitches. Shall we try an even bigger gauge? Are there more glitches or less glitches? Difficult to tell. I mean, less glitches, but glitches on the border. The one we might have. This one was pretty decent. Maybe you can play like tune it a little bit better, but on all instances we got this face is looking like this anyway. Yeah, the line is, I guess it's the difference between these two faces, right? Let me plug it. Well, it is barely noticeable. We got a line here. If I reverted it to n-gons, because my problem was the triangle, right? The triangle was in occlusion, right? Did you have the weighted normals? Weighted normals? What is that? Gonna hydrate a little. Weighted normals. To modify the normals. Like when I did that, no, I didn't use that. I did that with the face of my cat. I used the weighted normals from an empty group. Was a tip from Shell Beetle to hide weird topology on my face. No, I guess the other before triangulating everything, right? The triangle that was appearing there was this one, not the one we got rid of. I think it was on the other side. Pretty illegal, this thing. Well, let's continue. It's not the end of the world. Is the high poly that's illegal? Well, in a way. Yeah, this one is kind of illegal. That I might concede. But there are prettier ways to fix it, right? I guess. Will a remesh using a remesher fix that? Probably will do a better, worse job, right? Yeah, it's probably worse. Well, let's keep going. No idea. I can try. Let me save because it can make the PC explode. Larger quads greater than 1. Yeah, I think no, this is not what we're looking for. I don't think so. Yeah, it should fix the topology basically. Low poly is fine. Okay. Let's keep going. Okay, I will hide the high poly on this collection. Is there anything else we need to bake? Occlusion. Oh my god, we forgot about occlusion. No, we baked occlusion, ambient occlusion. Yeah, we baked it. Okay, let's keep going then. So, from the top to the bottom, let's reveal everything. Alt H. Hide the camera and the light. The card is ready. Card handle. It should belong to the card. I guess I should join them, to be fair. Where does the card handle live? Let's see. In which texture do you live? I think it's in armor. I am not sure about that. It's not in armor. Is it in body? No. Is it in cloak? I don't think so. It is in face clamp, I think. Yes. Face clamp. This is a mess. This is illegal. Because now I cannot join it to the card. Because it's sharing another material, basically. Or I can add another material to the card, I guess, if I were to join them. Or I can straight up move this to another texture, right? You tell me what's the best strategy here. Probably to keep it cleaner, it's better to move it to the armor texture. Is there space here to bake? Yes. I would say so. Shall I move it and clean the other? The thing is, I don't know. I don't know what lives in this texture really, because here it seems like we have space, but do we really? Because maybe there is something in there. Maybe there is something in there that we are not, that did not bake any normals when we baked. But that's illegal, right? That's illegal. Okay, I will try to switch it to armor. That seems like it makes more sense. I just put everything in the same texture in a collection. In the same texture in a collection. Ah, yeah, I know what you mean. If it lives on a texture, you create a collection for it. Yeah, might be the way to go to organize these things a little bit. Okay, so I will call this collection low poly first of all, and inside low poly you can do 3 collections for the textures. Low poly, refs, and instead of shadow realm, high poly. Well, it has other things that, like the curves, but I think it's only that. The rest, well, it has a few cages and things, well, you don't really need to keep. Same UV. Everything in the same texture in a collection. Same UV. Are you talking UV channels? Or something? Because I have never used UV channels. I know they exist. I have checked once or twice. Is now the time to do that. And where are the channels? Texture. No, it says brush. Like you have the armor texture, okay? For example, armor. Here there are quite a few parts of the armor. Is everything in here armor? Probably. Possibly. It has the leather cloth. Is that part of the armor? In a way, yes. It's a detail there, it's close, but put all low poly objects that have that in the same collection. Okay. Makes sense. So let me start. So I would say the flaps are part of that collection. So you and you. The wool too. What else? Is the skirt here or not? I don't know. This one too, the shoulder thingy. Because I remember these things were from the shoulder. These things are the dangly plates. Is the relic medallion? I think is this thing. That thing should be the relic. And here we have, let's see, you for sure. I think you, maybe you. think perhaps the dangly thing is too. Shoulder thing. This one's... Is there a way to... If I do new collection, do they move instantaneously? There is probably a shortcut to create a new collection with them by default in there. Didn't create a collection. Ah, it is here. Just press M. Let's see. M. Hovering over here, maybe. M, new collection, move to collection. Okay. And call it armor texture. Let's see. And it created it outside. Okay, I can move it into low poly. Armor texture. Let me check that they are in fact here. Edit, that one makes sense. Dangly plates, makes sense. Relic, makes sense. Even though some of them didn't do much. Shoulder pad, makes sense. Skirt flaps, the other ones, the wool. Okay, what about the skirt? Okay, the skirt is in there too. Skirt, move here. Now you can select all in edit mode and see the UVs. Yeah, this is organization is always very, very welcome. Yeah, because it can get messy otherwise. Because now we are dealing with two models and this guy is a collection of walking accessories, basically. So Shin armor is here too. What about the spheres though? I know the faces are in the cloak one. Yeah, those live in the cloak thingy. Why? Well, I had space and I was... I had the space, that's it. Shin armor, there. What is this second body? I have... well, I think I might have baked it. What about the bolt? Let me see. Bolt. You are not part of this texture. Anything else? The body, no. Cannon lens. No, you don't live here. Cannon is not from here. The card handle is not from there. Like my previous question. Shall I join the card handle and the handle together? Sorry. Sorry. The card handle and the card together in one object, because it logically makes sense. And you unwrap the card handle in the armor texture so that they only have one material, and that's less annoying. Or I can join them and put two materials in there, maybe. I don't know. This one is not in this texture anyway, but card low poly. Card low poly is part of this texture. Card low poly. Armor. Bolt low poly, no. Cannon, no. Card handle, no, but it probably should. Chest hair, no. Clamp, no. Cloak, no. Cloth armor, perhaps, no. I have I even unwrapped that? I think I didn't even unwrap that. They probably bake better separated. Okay. But I can join them. So it's shall I just keep them separated? I mean, does it affect the baking process if the UVs are properly placed, if they are the same object, if it's properly unwrapped? Hoodie straps. I think the hoodie straps are here. Yes, sir. Hoodie straps are part of the armor texture. Yeah, my classification of armor is peculiar, huh? Peculiar. But if it works, I guess. But I should have been possibly more organized. Like maybe cloth materials could live on one texture. This seems like it's from here. Maybe not. It really seems like it could be from this texture, but maybe not. Okay. Okay. Okay, next texture, body. Body is only the body. There is no mistake with that. Body, you can get the body height poly there because, but no, only new collection and body. I don't know if there is like a better naming convention, or I don't know how you guys do these things, but body is body and it is what it is. And the next one, cloak. Okay. Cloak. The cape is part of this texture, and the person medallion, and the chest hair. Person medallion and the chest hair. At least those. What is the difference between a cloak and a cape? Because when I called it cape in the first episode, but a cape, I looked the definition, because cape is similar to Spanish. We say capa. And cape seemed to be like a short cloak, like a shorter cloak. So that's why I switched to cloak, but maybe everybody has been saying cape ever since, so I might revert to cape. So cloak texture. Okay. And the faces. The faces too. The knee pad. That one is here too. There they are. don't know if I checked like the checkers for that. I hope I did, but I don't know. I probably, I possibly did not check the checkers there. I guess cloak wraps around more. Okay. I don't know. I'm not an expert in English. What about visor is not here. The chompers are not. I don't think. I think we might be okay for that one. Yeah, nothing else is there, I guess. Okay, cloak, done. And the other, face clamp and cannon. Okay. Let's say clamp for short or something. Let's start with you. Clamp. Okay. Move you back. Okay. Clamp. Cannon for sure. Sheesh. Okay, I was trying to check. Be careful with this in the corner, okay? This ultra glitch. We need to find that part and rebake it. Well, eventually it will appear, right? Body, no. Bolt. You're probably part of this texture, right? Wait, so you can see better. Bolt. Yes, bolt is part of this texture. Body no. Canon lens, probably too. Probably was never even unwrapped because there is no high poly version of that to get the normals from. It's basically a little plain. I can probably make it. I should make it, but first let me organize everything. As the cannon. Okay. Legal enough. Card handle is there. Okay. Cloth armor is not here. I think I never unwrapped it or baked anything there. Helmet handle. Okay. Helmet low poly. Okay. Left medallion is not here either. Sassy. The chompers are here. The upper and the lower. Okay. The pupil. Okay. Oh, the pupil has that weird glitch. This is part of the pupil. These are the things on the sides, right? The pupil really worked weird when I bake it. Worked weird there and the other side too. Well, the high poly version was a bit different, I guess. And the visor, is it here? Yes. Okay, visor is here and pupil is here, even though it sucks. So where is the cloth armor? might have placed it here at some point and never bake it. That would be a very cookie thing to do. It just seems there. For what? For the cloak? Or for the eye? Sorry, for the close armor here. Does not even have the mirror applied. I think it might be solidified. Is there an interior face? Ah, no, there is not an interior face. I added a seam here. Yeah, I cut it in half over here. I possibly, yeah, there is probably not. You don't need to do that. Ah, in the eye. In the eye. Ah, not that eye. Yeah, sorry. This one was not even unwrapped, I guess. I was a bit tired the other day and I started. It's only a plane. It's a straight up a plane without anything. Let me see, the pupil is called. The one that's ultra messed up. Let me check and edit. It's kinda weird when I subdivided it. It does not have seams, I think. I deleted the back face. It was a cylinder and I deleted every back face of all these items, I think. The central one for sure. Let me shift H. Yeah, the central one I did. The others I did not. I can do them. Yeah, low poly my bad. Low poly my bad. But it was because, well, it's because I joined the cylinder to these ones. These ones really needed the subdivisions. The central one, not really. Can be a simpler cylinder, but well. Yeah, it can be a simple cylinder. A simpler one. If I merge all of this into one face, the reflection looks better. Like it becomes like a mirror, basically. Yeah, I guess these ones that are out of collections, well, this one is in a collection, I guess. But these ones, these three ones are left to be unwrapped. The left medallion is not in any collection. They are more like hinges than medallions, but the beginning they look like medallions to me. I don't know, but they are hinges probably. Edit. Seems like it belongs to this texture, but it was never baked with a high poly thingy. That's why it does not have low poly on the side. I'm gonna move it to the collection. Because we're gonna start from top to bottom hiding things. When we arrive there, the cookie from the future is gonna have to deal with that. Close armor. Well, we can start from the top to the bottom. In armor, the card is done. Big done. Central cloth flaps. This could be very good or catastrophic. Because not only do these guys unwrap, like I only have this unwrapped here for the central close flaps. I only have these two. Oh, at least I have two unwrapped, but they are stacked on top of each other. So for the normals check out. The normals are okay. How about the occlusion though? The color is gonna be fine too. The occlusion can explode. And probably will. Will it look decent with occlusion? Perhaps. We're gonna find out. I can bake the color though. Big time. So, armor. Central cloth flapperinos. And central cloth flapperinos too here. I need to make them all renderable. Let's see. Allow them to render. Okay. That would be it. So make them visible. High poly. Hide everything perhaps. And only, well, this is only good for us, I guess. And it is the central close flaps, high poly. Those. They have the array, the curve. Yeah, I was baking without the curve even. Okay. Yeah. Young Koke was brave, but he didn't know much, you know. He was happy and brave. We might find out. We might. It looks like we're gonna find out. But it is what it is. Now we learn. Let's see. Central close. Low poly, high poly. High poly? You don't let me select because let me see the filters and let me make them be, let them be targetable. All right. Central close flaps. And there too. Both of them. I need to remove the curve at least. And I think I removed the array too to bake. I guess I only baked one part. So in the high poly one too, high poly. Remove the array, I guess. Keep the solidify and the bevel and a subdivision. That's all legal, but yeah, like that. The curve and the array turned off. I guess you have to turn them off for render too. I guess. Okay, central close flaps. and you too. Okay, now in armor diffuse. Oh, I need to add the materials, right? Central cloth flaps. What materials do you have here? Let me change to here. It's more comfy. You have only material 9. Material 9 I'm gonna rename to cloth flaps. No. It's gonna be part of armor. The armor texture. I need to reselect it. Right? Or is it once you bake it into the texture? Okay, once you bake it, right? So we need to add here a node for image texture. Or not. Let me do the thingies. Or can I just straight up the low poly is gonna have the armor node, the armor general node that contains everything. Texture armor. Okay. And the high poly one needs to have the original color, right? It's called chest hair here. It possibly was that. Let me see. I think it's the same color as this one. Material 11 was it called? I'm not sure about this. Skirt cloth. No. Central cloth flap. Let me go back and check the material. It was chest hair indeed. The material. Chest hair. No, that's the high poly, man. So keep going back. Low poly. Material. No, skirt. Central cloth flaps. Low poly. Texture armor. No. Material. It was another color, I guess. This one. So to bake this. Member, Cookie member. How was it? We ended up with the big node that contained it all, but I think this material I need to join it and I need to put it on the high poly one to be able to bake it, but it has to be a plain material, like well, you can select here. It was called straight up material. That's it, without this node or anything. Doesn't need any of these nodes, just the color. And the low poly version needs the ultra special node that's called armor or close armor TX or TX armor. Okay, the big node. Okay, and we're gonna bake to color. Color is diffusion, so we're gonna bake there in armor diffuse from. Now we have to select central. Let's remove all these collections. Armor TX, central cloth flaps, and high poly central cloth flaps. This one needs to be deactive, the low poly. We're baking into diffusion, so you select diffusion node. It's probably better to disconnect it Why? To avoid redundancy. Probably only that node. Bakery, render, bake, diffusion, diffuse. Only color, no direct or indirect light. Okay. Select this to bake into that texture and straight up bake. This probably should be innocent enough. Theoretically it baked, but I'm seeing nothing. I am seeing nothing. I hope I did not destroy other images. They are able to render, they are selected, they have a material that has no nodes but has a color. Is it because it's too dark? It's probably different from black, so we should be able to tell that something is on this corner. Let me change to here. Should appear over there. Is something there? Let me see. Deselecting. Would you say something is there? It's impossible to tell. It's impossible to tell. Ah, probably no. It's impossible to tell, man. Probably not. I would say there is nothing in there. Try to do the big thinkies. Try to do the big thinkies. Does the low poly we're making diffuse. I disconnected it. I selected it in the low poly. Here is saying like card LP, right? But it should be the same because, right? Well, for card LP I can connect it, but this is the material that I am modifying. It is the material that should be shared. Oh, maybe it's because I never assigned it to the central closed flaps. It is there. Is it the only though? Yes, it is the only. Central closed flaps, LP, TX armor. Maybe you need the path, but I don't think so. To highlight it, this is the active, this is like that, should be selected, active. Central cloud flaps, TX armor, bake. Nothing happened. Let me check for warnings. I didn't get a warning. We are baking the color of the high poly, right? Into the texture. Central cloth, high poly. Edit mode, select all, assign the material just in case. Assign. Okay. Just in case. Try again. Off. Should be like that. Make diffusion. Can try with a bigger cage. Nothing. Why is this the case? Shall I need? No, shall I need? Shall I? No, you don't need the material to in the low poly one, right? You are baking from the high poly to the low poly to the texture to where the low poly is unwrapped. Here in armor diffuse. Base color. The base color is multiply. We are not seeing anything. Oh, thank you for the follow. A1FM. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So. Is it because it is multiplying and we are not able? If I were to... No, but we should be able to see something in the texture, right? We should be able to see something here. But we are not. Shall I straight up remove this node? To be able to bake here? I don't think that makes sense. Right? Bake diffusion above surface. Let's try it. But I don't think, because it would have warned us that there was a problem there. TX armor. That's the material. Could be going on here. Let's try baking occlusion. Ambient occlusion. A simple cage too. We will disconnect it from central cloth flaps to central cloth flaps. With this selected, let's bake. Will it even work? It is not working. Am I destroying another texture? I cannot see anything here. These are the flaps. They are properly over there. This is fine. Armor occlusion, did not see any change. How about the body? No new normals here. This should bake always in the corner if it's baking. Body and cloak, nothing. And face, nothing. It's probably not even baking. Banana. What the dog doing here? What is going on? They don't need to be in the same collection to work. They're in a collection that's active, targetable, visible, and able to render. They are like that themselves. The only problem I can see is like, well, maybe I rushed too much at the time of... That's the guy from... Yeah. GABUROON from Made in Abyss. It was Fapta's Guardian there. Give me a second. Shift 2. There you can see. There we fapta. Yes. Yeah, I'm trying to model it, to learn. Look how many references we have of the guy. Yes. Pretty cool. Yeah, this is the low poly model. I think I have in the beginning I made one with more detail. Let me see if I can show it. It's in object mode, right? 3 voltage, maybe. It had like the details had more definition there, but we are trying to make it a lower poly count, right? So that it's more performant. Can hide the wireframe or... Oh, this is not gonna be good for trim. Sorry. It has those squares because it is a modifier. Sorry, a modifier that allows me to see the size of the textures there. Previously, I modeled Tomoyo. This was the first big project, I guess. It was a figurine I had laying around my house, basically. It's from Clamp, from Cardcaptor Sakura. It was a piece of a chess piece, and then I did Bichi Pichi. See, that was cel shaded, and there is also like this is the you can see the 3D better there, right? And I tried animating her. Well, I made her into a VTuber too. She can be improved. She can be better. There is Tomoyo and there is Peach. Let me see. Let me show you a little bit better. Well, Peach is probably the best model right now. This is not the best export yet. I can do more with her. Like, I didn't finish. Like, her tongue does not move the best. She can do a cheek puff. Tomoyo too. I don't know why my my hand tracking is not working. She can move every finger too. Kinda nicely enough, I would say. For Tomoyo, I don't know why, but she ended up being so much serious. She's clipping a lot there in the chest. That's solved on the current file, but I need to re-export. I need to export again to correct for quite a few issues there. But well, there is so much stuff to load, so much stuff to learn. I have to learn a lot yet. Still, I have to learn a lot. I'm modeling GABUROON right now. Yes, yeah. Really like the eyes. Thank you. Yeah. After GABUROON, I'm probably gonna be modeling or Pruska or Ocean. People are gonna choose. I'm gonna model them both, but people are gonna choose the order. From Made in Abyss 2. If you know the series, you know. If you know, you know. Yes. I'm gonna be model them too. To learn. I need to practice to get better. Let me hide the high poly one. Object mode. Grab the low poly. Yeah, that's it. I wanna say maybe the reference, but no, we don't need the reference anymore. Yes. Thank you. We're learning. This guy has lots of accessories and well, we were able to, for example, let me show you edit mode. there. Now the texture here is simpler now. The mesh is simpler, but it has the details there from the high poly, but they are on the texture really. And here on the chest too, this is only 5 planes. They are teaching me, some very cool people in chat. Banana there. MaroTachi taught me from the start, right? These are basically 5 planes, but they contain all the information from a low and ultra high poly mesh, and it has all those spikes in there, all those hairs, and they're in the cape too. If I were to remove this checker modifier, you can see all those spikes there too, but it's actually pretty low poly because they are on the texture really. That's what we're learning now. But I'm learning too. I mean, I didn't know about this before. I'm learning on the go here. Yes, and you get to see. It's the cannon there. Whoa, be careful. Let's see if we can bake the color from the high poly into a texture too. Because I have this with the normals. This is where you store like those hairs, or here on the wool, these bumps. They are not really there, but they were on the high. It's how the light is gonna bounce on that mesh really. They're saving the normal directions of the high poly in there. These are these pink thingies. And this other texture has the colors, and this other texture has the shadows. And we're learning. This is my first time doing this. That's why it's not working all the time. I mean, you need to learn to bake high poly to low poly soon. I have just been working on your sculpting recently. Pretty cool, man. I mean, little by little, step by step. I have to learn. I don't know. Like the modeling part, I kinda knew from before because I studied fine art, so I know how to model like in clay or something. But I'm learning to do it digitally now. It's different. It's pretty similar, but different. The program is very different. But I mean, the concepts, the volume and everything is the same. That applies still. So my problem, or my struggles, are learning these new processes and these ways to optimize things, or how modifiers work, things like that. It's cool. It's like a puzzle. You need to what is good to simplify and what is a waste of time or not worth it. I find out a lot. I F around and find out eventually when but well, we learn a lot. That's how lessons stays in there. They stay in there. When you messed up, high poly, why is it hidden now? And this is the low poly one. Central cloth flaps. High poly. Yeah. But hide all of this. Thank you. Please and thank you. Checking the phone there. So I thought it was ringing. Okay. Central close flapperinos. Let me see you. Okay, turn off the modifiers for the low poly one. Low poly. Boom. No. Boom. Boom. Okay. it needs to be maybe not for the array or the curve, right? Maybe that was messing us. Holy flip. Somebody was drifting there. Solidify, yeah, it has to be. Maybe that was because I had this triggered. Maybe in the render this was actually multiplied in an array and bent, and that was why they could not bake even with a cage, right? That could be the case. Was that like that like all the time? Was it like that all the time? Let's see. If I go to the bakery now and I bake, let's start with the color. Maybe the color is easier. Color is diffuse. Select the diffuse node. Make sure, yeah. Let's bake. Check the corner. It baked! That was the problem. That was the problem. You got that, right? It was because the modifiers for the low poly, this one's array that multiplies it like that, and curve that curves it like that, they were all triggered, but not in the visible there, not visible for us in here in the viewport, but on the render they were turned on. That means when we were trying to bake, Blender was checking those, and there was no way they were gonna match. So now we can connect the diffuse node to the mixer because we have the color there, and we can connect the multiply to the color. Okay, now though, to bake the occlusion, we select the occlusion node and the same procedure, flaps, high poly, low poly with control, and the node selected, we go to the Blender bakery and we ask for an order of ambient occlusion and select it to active, bake, and we're baking the shadows. Yay! Okay, now we can multiply it in the node, and if we hide the high poly and we hide the wireframe, does it look legal? It looks legal. If we were to turn on the array and the curve, does it still look legal? It looks legal. Could it look better? Probably. At least it did not explode, because, for example, for this one maybe I was too greedy. I recognize it because I UV unwrapped it like a villain here. I made it flat and I stacked these two. That's super simple to bake. I've got no excuse. Yeah, well. Yeah, it's super simple, but you can mess up a lot. But yeah, it is simple. It is simple indeed. You have to know, or it is easier if you have someone that's gonna guide you. But it is simple. It is simple. Yes. And when I UV unwrapped, I stacked these halves on top of each other, and after that I multiply them and I curve them. So I don't know, maybe if you were to apply all the modifiers and have it curved per se, maybe the occlusion will look better. The color will not change, but maybe you get better shadows in there in your texture. I don't know. I am learning. So Let's go back and let's keep going. So this one, this has everything again. Yeah, check my notes there. Look, we have 3 textures, okay? This is the normals. This is the diffuse, the color, and the occlusion. These ones we multiply it with a math node that's called multiply. It's a literal multiplication. I didn't know, but as it turns out, all those, the Photoshop and Affinity, everything, all those programs are actually multiplying, like mathematically multiplying, straight up multiplying the color and the occlusion, and then you get the shadow. You get a color with a shadow. You get one single image that you plug into the color of your material, and that goes to the surface. And that's it. And the normals go to the normals. And you have to be careful how to bake. You have to select the high poly first, and you select with control the low poly, and they have to kinda be similar. They have to match, and it can auto create a cage for you. This is the extrusion parameter. It kinda grabs it and resizes it. It's like it's scaling it or something, or fattening it. It's chunkifying it, and it's projecting from there. And that can be tricky too, but you can learn. If you need a manual cage, you can create it with that, and you select the object. But that works. Okay. So let's keep going. I use a pretty big cage. Let me check if these textures look legal enough. Yeah, that seems nice enough. And the diffuse is only the color, so we are good. Next, card, done. Flaps, done. Dangly plates. Dangly plates are these ones. Lots of thingies there. For these ones, for example, I did the opposite because I wanted to check, for example, are we gonna get crazy different results, or is it worth it to stack them? I decided to not stack these ones. It's only one side. The other one is mirrored. But let's see what we can do with these ones. Dangly plates low poly and dangly plates high poly. Let me make you visible. Okay, high poly ones. What do you have here? This is, of course, not needed. The checker, I'm gonna hide you. The mirror, we're gonna mirror after the fact, probably. So maybe we can disable you, or we can enable you, but we have to enable the other two. The bevel is what we're gonna be baking, and do we need a subdivision? We probably do not. Yeah, we are not gonna be benefiting, I would say. Let me see. This is the air quotes high poly one. It's not very high poly, but we are baking the bevel basically. If I were to add a subdivision to that, what will happen there? Sorry, not solidify. Subdivision surface. There. Nothing interesting. Before the bevel, even worse. Okay, we are good to go. Everything is triggered in the visor and the render. How about the low poly? Dangly plates. The mirror is turned on because the other is turned on too. Okay, why am I seeing it like that? Is that because I'm seeing the high poly one too? Yeah, the high poly is on top. That's why it looks weird. Okay, has the mirror. Let me check the materials. Material 14. It's a gray color. Does the high poly have it too? Armor. Is the armor material. Okay. I will delete these nodes. I guess this can interfere. If the high poly has the texture node, even if it's not connected, it might interfere. I have gotten weird glitches. Let me show you. In this texture, I think I baked with the node connected, and I got this weird thing at some point. It's like it baked the texture on top of the texture, because what we see here, it is this. It is a bakeception. So careful with the nodes and the connections. F around and find out. Try things yourself and see what works and what does not. And for now, I have found out that the high poly works better if you don't have normals in there. You straight up have a plain happy material. A happy plain material that you're gonna bake into the color texture. And the low poly thing, because it lives in the armor texture, we can remove this one and get the cool ultra material here. Because I had so many materials, because I was creating one per accessory with its own texture, this became a mess. And now Good Boy Banana here told me, Cookie, you need to make one material that's gonna hold all the information. Organize your meshes per texture, right? And you create the normals, the colors, and the occlusion for every texture, the UV unwrapped you have. You organize them per collection, and you create a big material like this that contains the 3 textures and plugs it into your low poly. I said, Banana, you are a flipping genius. So, dangly plates, they have the normals already. The normals can be connected, but we're gonna be baking this, the diffusion and the occlusion. The diffusion is the color. So there we got. First of all, let me save all the images. Save a lot. Save when things are good. If you messed up, first of all, save before baking, okay? If you messed up the bake, you cannot Control C. You can, but the image won't revert. But you can come here to image and reload textures without saving, okay? And that will reload the texture that has not been saved, so it is like if you Control C it. Big brains, okay. Yes. So the diffusion, what? Select dangly plates, high poly. Dangly plates, low poly. Select the diffusion node. Go to the bakery. Use a smaller cage because this is a big cage. Let's do something like that for a start. And diffusion is color. So we should get here a square with all the dangly thingies, and I think we should be fine. Should work. I was not checking the warnings, but what? I mean, is the color similar? Why does it looks like diffusion, right? No, it looks like occlusion. Occlusion are the shadows. Diffusion, I'm an idiot. It's because I didn't change occlusion to diffusion here in the bakery. I was selecting the diffusion node. Diffusion is color. I was selecting the color node. I had the color texture here, but I didn't change the bakery. I was baking occlusion. Occlusion are the shadows. So I need to go and change the bakery for diffuse. Above surface and remove the lights. You only bake color for our purposes. You can bake the lights too, but I don't really have that great of a light in there. So bake. And now we should get a gray color in there. Okay, legal enough. Weird, but legal. Okay, this one is a plain color. What do you expect, really? So, color, we connect it to color, to the other value there. Okay, another thing, normals, make sure here that the color space is non-color. Okay, otherwise it's gonna behave erratically. It's gonna behave weirdly. Armor diffuse, the color is of course sRGB, and armor occlusion, you don't touch it. It's sRGB too, even though it's black and white. Maybe you can choose another thing that works for black and white. So now occlusion, bakery, we change for ambient occlusion. Okay, and we bake. Big baking today, big baking. Okay, W enough, I would say. So we connect the color to the multiply node and everything to the material there, and let's see how it looks. We will hide the high poly collection and hide all the information there, and I think we got ourselves a W. I think it baked, look, it baked the shadows the hairs make too. The shadows every other object makes, right? Because this is, look. And you don't get info there because they are clipping into the cloth. That's why you get straight up. These are the shadows, these black thingies, but when they cut, it's because they are clipping into the next object. W. Okay, let's keep going. They're looking great. These ones are looking great. For being that low poly, they have a bit of info. Dangly plates, you are dismissed. Okay, dangly plates, bye bye. Let's go. Hoodie straps. They are pretty little. You are these dangly things the hoodie has. The cape has there. Okay, so do I have them unwrapped? I think so. They are like living over here. The normals, let me tell you, they don't look ultra great. The high poly version. Oh, I was able to bake this little line over here. This little line, I was able to, let me see, let me show you. This mesh is slightly more clean than the other one because this little shadow, I baked it with the normals. Do the baked shadows look odd if the lining changes and the shadow does not move? Probably. The shadow will not move. I don't know enough, but I think the shadows you're baking won't move. Do they look ultra weird? Well, we can check. I'm gonna check to Eevee. I'm gonna change my render motor, my render engine here to Eevee. because cycles is too hard for streaming. It's gonna lag a lot. Okay, so I'm gonna change to Eevee, and we're gonna get the dangly plates again that we just baked. Dangly plates, they have the shadows baked in there. And I'm gonna get my light. It is there, okay, it's not hidden, this area light, and I'm gonna change into the materials. Okay, there you got the lights. I'm gonna turn that off, and I'm gonna move the light. And we're gonna find out. Where is the light? It's there on top. Okay, object mode, select only the light. Let's hide everything, and let's see if it looks too weird. As long as it's on top, it does not look that weird. I'm gonna move it so that it's more frontal. Let me see, something like okay, let's hide everything. I mean, those shadows on top are not changing. It's still being affected by your current shadow, so it's like a extra base shadow you get in there. Does it look too bad? I don't think it looks bad. I mean, it's a way to store more information. I think it's fine. It's a shadow that's always gonna be there, let's say. But I guess that's why you don't add. I don't know exactly what occlusion. I guess it's because when you are baking occlusion, you have the option to bake this light, for example, into the texture too. But occlusion per se is like a shadow. The objects give themselves, or the creases give to the object. I don't know how it's calculated. I don't know that much. I just heard it gives you like a base shadow. That's interesting to get into the texture. Just so, because, for example, here, well, we have everything illuminated. Let me, if you're not shading everything, even here, I don't know. This will be flat, a flat color. If you have a light in your scene, that will be okay. But if you don't, that's gonna be looking very plain. So I don't know. It's optional, of course. Those are options. I am learning. I am trying things. I think for the time being, it's pretty interesting. I think those look better like that, like they are now. For example, comparing it to the Canon. Let me see. You see, this is an object that has not been, it does not have occlusion in there. It looks like a toy, looks very flat, very cheap. But those look more professional already. And they are basically beveled squares. They are not that complicated of an object. So I think it's interesting. It adds a little bit of flavor to the texture. Doesn't look off. Yeah, it is a little bit of salt in there, right? It is not gonna kill your object. For example, if you were to bake a strong light in there, you will probably destroy it. But that simple thing, I think is pretty cool, because everything else looks a bit flat. The reflective materials look pretty cool because, well, That's also a little bit of salt in there. They are cool per se. But the materials that are not reflective or that are not metallic, like this, they look very, very flat, very cheap. So I think it's worth it. Let's keep going. Dangly plates, height, hoodie straps. Okay, hoodie straps. Where is your counterpart? Your counterpart should be here. Hoodie straps, high poly. There you are. Okay. You have a gray material. You should have two materials. Gray and the dark from the chest hair and the gray from the armor. Okay, both of those do not have nodes in them, so they are clean, they are good to go. And the low poly hoodie straps, they can be changed. I can forget about these two custom ones that I made when I didn't know better. I can remove them and add our super material for the collection, for everything that is contained on the armor texture. And that material is called Armor TX or TX Armor. That's it, that's our node from before. So let me check the normals. It has been UV unwrapped before. It might look like it is not the case. Let me see. UV editing. Hoodie straps, object mode. Hoodie straps, low poly. They are there. I don't know why they are over here. You can see the strapperinos there and the beads are living here. Do we get lots of info? Let me deselect them. Here we got that ridge we were able to save. I think these things can be, maybe it's possibly where it's connecting, where it's touching the string, I think. And this, the other one should live here, but I guess this is the point of contact with the string too. I am not very sure. Maybe it's a face at the bottom, I don't know. They are not the best bakes. And for the strings, I didn't get any info there. So I am tempted to rebake again, because maybe I mess it up. So everything should be visible and visible in the render. They are both indeed like that. Check the modifiers. Okay, this has everything applied. Let me check, is the high poly that crazy high poly? I don't think. I think I only added like that ridge. I removed it from the other. Maybe it was further subdivided. You can add more subdivisions and things of the like. That's the high poly. It was pretty benevolent here. Maybe I can, if I were to do another subdivision. Careful here with the render, huh? Because it's gonna take the render into account. Those subdivisions, there is not that much change. Oh look, this one does really change. Do I want that? Maybe you can, this can be problematic because they become a bit too different. So maybe we shall skip it. It has this ridge. They're very tiny anyway, so. But you can bake this, for example, if you were to bake this, you can bake that. But you're gonna have this pyramidal shape or that conical shape with those shadows, and it's, I don't know if we can try. Let's give it a try. 1 and 1. Let's see how that looks, okay? We're gonna learn together. High poly and low poly. Select that normally and low poly with control. No, make sure to be in object mode, otherwise it's gonna be red. You want it to be active, like that yellowish orangish color, right? Control click like that. The other should be reddish or orange, dark orange, right? They lost the materials because, well, because I deleted the old materials. Go back here to this layout we had and let's give it a bake. We are gonna be baking the normals again. So we go to the render agent, change it to cycles. When you're gonna be baking, bake, and we're gonna be baking normals. The cage is like that object that that Blender auto extrudes around your active. Let's try with this and see what happens. Let's see what we get over here and on this side too. Okay, we got more information because, well, with the subdivisions now the objects are a bit tinier. This is, I guess, the point of contact indeed. And for the straps, did we get something different? Not really. I wouldn't say we have anything there. Oh, before baking, be sure to unplug the nodes you are trying to bake, because sometimes you get a warning there that you are having redundancy and it can affect the result. Let me try again to bake with the node unplugged. I don't think it changed anything, to be fair. Let me unplug this one too, just in case. It can or cannot. Sometimes it works, sometimes it destroys your bake. So, okay, seems like it is what it is. This is what we got. So we can test it. We can unplug the color and plug the normals. Color to color, normal to normals. Okay, and hide the high poly for a second and remove all your, and check it here. So it has the new normals. So what you can see here, I can barely tell. I wouldn't say it's even noticeable. Maybe with a bigger cage we could get more info in there, but sometimes it can happen if you use a very big cage. You see this pyramidal shape and you can see like there is a curve here. Like this is more opaque than this. This becomes kind of transparent in a way. Sometimes it looks cool, but sometimes it looks very scuffed. For example, this bake was incredible. Was the best bake I made, and it was the second, I think, or the first. The one for the chest, this was an ultra high poly mesh, and the texture is 4K though, this one, but it literally looks like the geometry was there, but it is straight up plain. It is a plane. So I don't know. Yeah, maybe if you look it from this side, it seems like it's rounder than it actually is. I don't know. Maybe it might be. Maybe I might be tripping a bit. Let's try baking again. Show this high poly. Select you. Select the low poly. Select the node though. What is going on here? Low poly. Why is this still connected? I know, because I reconnected it. I'm an idiot. I reconnected it to check it here, so no problem. Legal, that is legal. select the high poly, select the low poly, select this node, the normal nodes, and let's change the cage. Let's make it bigger by 10 times bigger. So we remove a 0. Let's see if we get something better or worse. Paying attention here to the texture. Is it better or worse? I don't know. I really don't know what to tell you. We got something there. Is that is clipping or is information? Sometimes you can get artifacts here where the cage is failing and they look more like this. They look like a plain yellow, but when the colors are shiny like this, it's information normally. When they are reddish or pinkish and bluish, they are normal information. This is cool. This is a flipping glitch. I don't know why we got it there. It's like there was a double bird in there or a flip normal on a very particular point in there. I don't know why that happened. But other than that, for example, this armor piece seems pretty decent. So I don't know about these things, right? Feels like it is part of the tip of something. It was probably the point of contact, so I don't get why there is so much info in there. And for the straps, we get nothing, basically. Possibly because they are round. No. It's because they are... Is it because there are two materials? Hoodie straps, low poly, and we only have one here. Is it? No, because the high poly one does not need... No. Just make sure, but I think this material is applied to everything because there is no other material. I think it automatically does it for you. Applies it to everything. So the strings, well, just in case you can apply it, but edit, assign. Should be there. I was scared for a minute there, but no. Does not make sense that is the case. So high poly, object mode, low poly. That's fine. Bake. Let's try and even no bigger than this. Probably not worth it. Let's go lower. Let's see what happens if you go lower. How does it look? Okay, this might be... you get... These are errors. And I guess this is definitely like the point of contact. So maybe it's better like it looks. Something like that. Maybe I went too far. I think the initial cage, something like this, is good enough. The thing is maybe for this object you don't get... Yeah, this looks the best. You get the reach. Well, this could be smaller maybe. And you get some info. Maybe you can play here until you find something better. But for me it's enough. Enough is enough. So we can plug color to color, normal to normal. This is a very tiny detail. Anyway, so we're gonna be baking now the colors. We unplug the diffusion node. This is the diffusion texture for the colors. We're gonna be baking the colors from the high poly to the low poly as usual. They are pre-selected, and we go here into the Blender bakery. We're gonna be baking diffuse, only color. Okay, and bake straight up. bake. And there we have the colors for the beads. But have we gotten something for the dangly things? I really don't know. The dangly things are here on the side. They are very dark, to be fair. But I don't know. This was very dark too, and there is a difference, you know? And on the normal node, we didn't get any info either. Let me see in the UV unwrapping, where do they live? That is messy. That is the high poly one. Select only the low poly one. Object. Low poly. And be careful with overlaps like those. I think those can, even though I think they might screw you up if you have a node in your image, maybe. I think that's how I got this accident here. That this baked on top of baked twice there. I think it was like maybe the high poly had a texture node there too, and maybe it was plugged in. Probably. I don't know. Or maybe baked twice or something. Something weird happened there. Okay. Back to the armor texture. Where do you live, my dude? Okay. They are. Okay, those two. I did not stack you. I was pretty benevolent here. So I think we only got a little stripe in one of those, and that's it. Yeah, there is a little stripe here. And it might be, yeah, I don't know, scuffed. But at least we got info. That means it's baking it, but there is no info to bake. I don't know why. Shall you say it smooth? I would say they are shade smooth already. They were shade flat, they would be very, look. Does it have the node connected? Well, yeah, shade flat is that. So no, they were good. Okay, let me turn on the lights here. Alright. Let's keep going. Diffusion. Did it bake for real? We're gonna think it did. Well, if we were to connect it, if we were to connect this node, color, and plug this value into the color, it should look like the high poly one. Well, we have this issue here. This might have to do with the subdivision. Do you remember with that last subdivision, this thing gets a little bit more rounded? Let me compare it with the other. Hide the low poly, show the high poly. Ah, no, it is not a mistake. It is that, for whatever reason, because these faces were hidden, I never got to assign them the proper material. Would you look at that? Edit. So I'm gonna select these faces with W, select these faces, hide them to be able to access, select these faces and assign them the gray material. That's called armor assign. Okay. W. You can alt H if you want. And now it should look prim and proper. So back at it again. High poly, low poly. Good. So we're gonna bake diffusion again, the color. Select the node and bake. Blender bakery, diffusion. Okay, and now when we plug this node, should look better. Yep. Let me hide the high poly. Yes, that makes more sense, right? Okay, let's keep going. Occlusion. Occlusion texture, the shadows. Select the node, keep them selected properly, like that. Blender bakery, occlusion. Ambient occlusion. With a small cage. Okay, let's see how that looks like. Bake. Okay, it got it to work. These are the strings. Okay, I don't know exactly what that could be. That kind of, we're gonna check it on the final object too. And this is the point of contact. This is the reach. We can barely see a thing there. This might be a bit glitchy. I don't know if you can improve it, like doing something else, making a bigger cage or something. Let's plug it in and see how it looks like. And then multiply and hide the high poly and hide here. Does that look legal? I would say I don't really notice a difference. Oh, there is a bit of shadow here. This shadow is what's baked there. You can see that it has like little spots in there. That's like a permanent shadow. That adds a little bit more flavor to the object. If we were to unplug the occlusion node, that's how it looks. And if you plug it in, that's how it looks. And from the back, if you unplug it, looks like this. But if you plug the occlusion, a little bit more spicy. Okay, little W. So, hoodie straps, you're done. Let's keep going. Skipping ads here on the side. Okay, let me hide the high poly one. Let's see. Cool. Probably will change to something. Let's see. Better banger here. Okay, let's go. Hoodie strap. Left medallion. Left medallion is this one, this hinge here. Okay. Let's see. It has no LP because I never did the low poly version, really. So let's do it right now. I don't know if it's even properly unwrapped, but that's a problem. It was a problem for the future Koukei, and the future Koukei is here now. So let's take it like a champ. Left medallion, low poly. Object mode, Shift D, and cancel that. That would be the high poly. It is a duplicate. We can see what's worth to... Oh, it already exists, a high poly version then. It already exists a high poly version, W then. So left medallion, low poly. Let's open this collection left medallion here. You are the one, the high poly one. Okay, let me check those modifiers. Get rid of the checker or hide it at least. Smooth by angle. Ready for the render and another subdivision. They seem fine to me. Pretty legal, I would say. Okay. And I need to check the UV unwrapping first because I'm not 100% sure. Oh, it is in place. I just never bake it. So it is fine. And left medallion low poly. Everything visible. Left medallion high poly. The other way around. Okay. Like this. Okay. Hide the checker. Properly selected the materials. So materials. The low poly one. Does the high poly one has the pink? It has the pink color. This gray, I think it does not need it, so I'm gonna remove it. This is the pink color. It does not need a node. Does not need a node. We only need the pink. Okay. And the low poly left medallion is not gonna have this material. It's gonna have the armor texture material, the big boy material. Okay. Let's go. It's automatically applied to everything, so you should not worry that much. Select again you and you. Low poly. Okay. Start with the normals. Okay. First of all, let me do a quick save of everything. Save all images. Save the file per se. Okay. Unplug the normals. Blender Bakery. Baking for normals. And with a very small cage. Let's see how that looks like. Oh no! Well, there is no problem, but I don't have the node selected. And I saved afterward, like first, so it did nothing. If you, it should appear like over here. We should bake here and here on the sides. Select that node and bake. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna drink a little bit of water. I see nothing. Why is that the case? Why is that the case? Baking map saved. I'm baking into the armor thingy. Armor texture. This is it. But I'm not seeing anything there. Let's solve this Blender mystery. Everything is visible and visible in the render. The collection 2. Left medallion 2. Visible in the render. The modifiers 2. I am baking normals. The normal node is selected. It is non-color. It is unplugged. Selected to active with a low gauge. This could be an issue. Maybe we can make it bigger. But we should have seen... Well, maybe there is something there. There are 2 rings in there. That could be a contact point. Maybe it is actually baking. But we need a bigger cage. Maybe it's not able to get that info. Or something. Let's try. Maybe now we see... maybe even... Yeah, we saw something else. Is that what you wanna see there? I don't know. This should be a circular face. This is basically that disc. You probably will see 2 points where it contacts these 2 handles there. What could that be? I don't know really. Sounds a little bit strange. Is that part of our bake? Here on the side you really cannot see anything. Like circular shapes, like cylindrical shapes seem to, like the ones here, right? For the dangly things, seem to not have like a special, they don't seem to appear in the normal map often. I don't exactly know why. I don't know if that is legal or not. Let me see how the unwrap looks. Careful with this. Careful with this. This is the unwrap from the high poly. This is the low poly that we're actually baking, right? I don't know, we probably don't need to take this into account, but I'm not sure, not certain, right? I'm not certain. Is the central face, we're getting 2 things in there. Weird. What can I say? And here we're getting nothing. And I don't know what exactly is that. What is that? What are you? I'm gonna select the 2 arrows to see what's highlighted here. You. Okay, those are those little handles. And what is this then? Those are the straps that are here on the sides, right? That one is on the back. And this is the one that's on the side there. Okay, and here everything is there on that circle. Everything that we should see from the front. And these little things are the handles actually. They are pretty tiny to be fair. And you cannot see the rest because they are hiding under the high poly one, probably. Or maybe not. I think I stuck them here, right? They are all in there. Yeah, they are all in there. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. But I decided to stack them. Let's not, because we're gonna bake occlusion and we have quite a bit of space. So we're gonna do RY90. Sorry. RY 180. It should probably not be Y, but okay. We're gonna have the lower parts be here. They're gonna be stuck like this. That's fair. But let me maybe move that to the side. No, because I have the arrows, I can select here too. So I will select that part there. Okay. Rotate. Not 90, 180. Okay. And move it to the bottom. That way maybe for the occlusion we get a little bit, something a little bit more spicy. I would say they are pretty decently stacked. If you have doubts you can stack them with that. I would say that's good enough. You select there, you grow the selection, and that way there is no mistake. Both are selected and you can stack. Oof. Don't do that, because it did the other two. They are pretty similar, to be fair. Okay, remove those arrows there, And let's go back to layout. Let's rebake the normals just in case, because now they are not stacked anymore. Normal, bake. Show them here. Okay. Everything seems to check out. The cage is kind of big. That cage is kind of big. Okay, those are the glitches surrounding them. It's probably better to go lower. And let me see. Let's see here, the cylinder. Very weird. Go for a lower cage. This one seems to work pretty often. Oh, another thing. Be careful with, as usual, right? Apply all transforms. I think I did for most objects, but you're never too sure, okay? Yeah, scale is fine and locations are fine. Be careful with that. That can affect too. But mostly will affect your unwrapping, I would say. Bake again. I guess cylindrical objects and straps don't get too much action in there. I don't know. Why didn't this correct? Forget. Because they are not selected. That's why. HP, low P. Okay. Okay, now this might be legal, okay. Even though might be a little bit weird. Those seems to be our normals. Color to color, normal to normal. Next node, diffusion. Okay. Unplug it. Select, bake, diffusion. That is the color. Should be pink for everything. And bake, right? Straight up. Let's see. There we go. Very good. Start saving just in case. Okay, we can plug it in. And unplug the diffusion, right? No, occlusion. And change to occlusion here. Ambient occlusion. And bake again. Let's see. Okay, we got that for the cylinder. That's pretty cool, actually. Pretty worth it, probably. This is probably that's clipping to the cape. If the cape is gonna be animated, maybe that could be problematic, but who knows. And here for this is what I was a little bit curious, right, about the handles. I guess this is where they cut here. Are they that different or are the same but rotated? I guess this side is darker, or is it because it's that one flipped or rotated? Maybe we got more info there. Maybe we did, maybe we didn't. I don't know. And there is always a glitchy area surrounding it, because we have, well, I don't know exactly why it's glitchy, but we have margins here. 16 pixel margin of type adjacent faces. So I don't know, that that might be influencing that. Let's see how that looks because of the reach. I am a little bit worried. I hope I placed them good enough in there. Let's hide the high poly and check again. Without that. Yeah, you got that little line in there. That little line. Even though it does not look bad, to be fair, that line in there, it's a little glitch. It's a little glitch of the UV unwrapping. The thing is, I was worried because, you know, because of the way the light works, I didn't want them. Do I have? Because they are giving a shadow there. Let me see. Let me unplug it. Unplug it. This way. Okay, yeah, we're getting a shadow there anyway. That's just from the HDRI, I guess, or from Blender's illumination. But so that occlusion does not have to do with the... It looks cool, probably cooler than not having it, yeah. But I don't really know what it uses to calculate it, so I don't know when I can stack them and when I can't, right? So I guess you get a shadow there or a deeper shadow there, right? Maybe not. Maybe it's part of the Blender environment. So I don't know if it's worth it to stack them there or not. And here, for example, for the cylinder looks pretty cool here. So you got a little bit of rim action here, I guess. Those are the holes where they are plugged in. You get a little shadow in there too. It will be from those handles. I don't know. And what would be that? Why is that cut in there? Is it because they are cut in there for the cloak? That's the big cut, right? And the next one is here from the helmet, and the other one is from this lip. Yeah, okay. Legal enough. Legal enough. I guess occlusion is interaction with other objects, magic, and some magic. Okay, well, you're done. Left medallion done. Why is it not pink? Why is it not pink? It's multiplying. Occlusion, diffusion. No, I have hidden the whole collection. Ayo, what? Diffusion was properly... It's plugged here, the diffusion, sRGB is being multiplied with the occlusion and plugged into color. Why is it not working? Is it assigned to the... Maybe it was... It should be assigned, of course, because we will not be... We won't be able to see it otherwise, you know? That shadow. What is going on here? What's happening? Should be assigned. I didn't move the UVs at any point. It's pink there. Armor diffuse was not changed. color to color, color to color, multiply. Left medallion, low poly. High poly, everything is hidden. Well, let me remove that. I really don't get it. What is going on? Was it not pink at some point? I am in the material tab. Let me see the UVs. For the object mode, low poly, left medallion, low poly. They are in place. Armor diffuse, they are in place. Armor occlusion, okay. Color to value, well, value, multiply, base color, normal map. This, I don't know if I touch or anything. I don't think you need to touch that. And I don't think I have touched it. If I unplug the occlusion, you don't look pink. That kind of changed the material, I guess. But not much. Not really, no. What? Makes it gray, very gray. That turned it a little bit. I mean, but pink. Well, that pink is saying a lot, eh? That is pink, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, for example, the card looks identical, basically. The cloth flaps, they look, or maybe they are darker. Maybe it's because of how the light is hitting it. No. That one is too wild. If I were to unplug the normals, no. Oops, sorry. Normal. Color to color. Let me save all the images. I think they are, well, save all images. I don't know what could be the issue there. I'm gonna keep going. Maybe I shouldn't, but it does not make sense. It does not make sense. Has the material applied, right? Low poly, left medallion, low poly, cylinder, texture armor. Are there more parts? No, only cylinder. Edit, select everything, apply texture armor, assign. And it's still gray. Armor diffuse and armor occlusion. The texture look great, but the combination looks scuffed. And the rest are fine, and they are using the same node. How about the low poly here? Where he be at? HP. medallion, eyelashes material. That's the color we baked in there. I don't know. That's a Blender mystery. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow I will figure it out. But today I cannot. Today is a Blender mystery. Okay, let's keep going. Relic necklace. Low poly. We have a high poly version because I was able to get that little rim in there. That cool rim. Okay, high poly. Let's see that. Relic necklace. High poly with the reach. That's an ultra high poly version. It's with everything applied even. Well, this one is a bit messy. This was when I didn't know you could keep the modifiers in there. But this other high poly version does not have the reach. So I'm gonna keep this and I'm gonna bake with this. Okay, so it has this little material, pretty good. And the other one, that's the only one it has. No, it has this one too. Is this one worth keeping? That's for the sphere there, but this one is not the reflective one. The reflective one, I might just straight up come here and modify this one to have, I think it's this IOR of 1.5. I don't know. Can you bake that? Should you bake that? Maybe you just have to go. No, you cannot make this ultra high material. Huh. That's a question indeed. That's a question, because if I get rid of that, I lose my glossy material. But I cannot make the material of everything, the mega material of this texture, be glossy, because it's gonna be glossy, man, basically. It's gonna be reflection, man. Close the blinds because it's getting dark in here. Yes. Alright. Well, I guess I can put this material or this info, right, back in the high poly with the reach. Where are you? It has it. Is this IOR, right? I'm gonna say purple reflective. Okay, and the gray is the same gray as always. And this purple reflective though has this armor texture node even for the HP one. Yes, because the low poly one is using it. We're gonna destroy it, okay? Gonna keep it only here, stored on the high poly reach. Okay. The low poly one has what? Purple reflective? You don't need that, and you don't need the armor one either. I'm gonna give you a better one. You're gonna have an incredible material here. It's gonna be called TX armor. You don't know it yet, but this is gonna be amazing. So the normals are baked. They are legal. So I will keep them connected. Can we bake them better? I don't think so. I tried quite a few things. Is this one with the reach? This one where the rings connect has those little rings in there. I left that one low poly because it is like that on the model, basically. So I left that one purposely like that without subdivisions. Okay, this one is plugged in. Let's select and keep baking. Relic necklace, normal selection, and control click there. Okay, so normals are baked, they are plugged in. Diffusion, so that would be the color. Unplug it, select the node, Blender Bakery, bake diffusion, only colors with a little extrusion, Bakerino, and let's see, we should get it over there. That's legal, I would say, perhaps. Okay, we should get like a sphere, and these are probably a contact point or something. Have I missed a face? I don't think I have. Let's wait. Unplug this one. Occlusion. Okay. Has to appear over there. Bake occlusion. Ambient occlusion. With that case, select it to active. Click. Let's see what we got there. Okay. Pretty cool. Let's plug everything in, color to color, value, multiply, and to the base color. Okay, so high poly, turn that off, and we are getting the same issue. We're getting the ambient occlusion, the normals are there, we're getting a weird glitch here. That weird glitch is here probably in the occlusion, right? Yeah, it's like it accentuates a glitch in there. We lose the colors for, I really don't know why. Shall it be single image? Shall be generated instead of single image, but it was working for the others, right? Or was it just a coincidence because they were gray, the card, but I did it for the flaps and they kinda look decent too, right? I mean, we have, let me see, this image, you cannot store the reflection, understandable, but man, yeah, high poly, hidden. Out of the render? No. Oh, it's auto showed everything. No. Hide. I don't know how to hide the collection. Like closing this size automatically for everything. I know you can toggle them with shift and the number of the collection, but oh, and now how is that mess? Because lately we could do 1, 2, 3 to toggle the collections, but now we have collections between collections, so I don't know how that works. Are they expanded, the numbers, or you can only toggle between the collections that are on the same level as you? For example, if you're here, 1, 2, 3 will switch through inside this collection, and maybe with 0 you go back or something. I don't know. Why is the color not working? Why is it not working? I really don't get it. Relic necklace. With the reach. If I change this to generated, oh, when was the last time I saved this image? I mean, I saved it not too long ago. When you change this from generated or you change the color space or something, it reloads the image. Single image, armor diffuse. It reloads the image. Why I'm not seeing it? Because here the thumbnail showed the info there. I can see it's there. I thought that was what I was doing. You can try to reload textures, for example, if it ever existed. Armor diffuse, did I? Maybe it was like always in cache and was never its own image. I'm gonna open the folder of the project and see which images exist and which images don't, because Blender can be like that. Text, no, Blender, textures, armor diffuse exists. So we did not lose it. It has the pink colors of the left medallion, and it does not have the pink colors of this last piece, the relic. But it exists. But you know which one does not exist, even though we were saving and saving the images? Armor occlusion was never saved into a proper image, and that way you can see here unpack item, packed file, click to unpack. This is click to make it a real file. Right now it is stored in Blender's cache. Now it was packed into an image, but now it should be existing in my project. Yeah, it exists in my project. Let me see what info does it have. It has the left medallion, but it does not have the latest object. This relic necklace was not properly baked. I never saved, so if I click here, it should be here. But this image was never saved. So I will save this image. Save. Armor occlusion is saved. This one though, I changed here from single image to generated, and that reloaded it and it made it disappear. Maybe we can explore Blender's cache or something and to try to get it again. It exists. It exists. Open cast render. We can try that. What is it gonna do? Did nothing. Armor diffuse. You can open, you can replace it, you can reload it. If you reload it, it's doing nothing really. Why is that the case? You exist in my project, so I'm not really sure. I mean, I can change the image. And by the way, yeah, I was checking if it was Doxy or something, the new image I created. It is not, so I'm happy. So armor diffuse though. Why do you not exist? View paint mask. Image editor. If I were to replace you, reload textures, does that fix it? Usually does fix it. Usually does, but it's not doing it. Not doing it for us now, and I'm not very sure why. Did I never? I guess I didn't go there because it is on another texture. Makes sense. Well, at the same time it does not make sense, but it does. It's like I am a dummy because I am not very organized, but it's actually how it works. Okay, this one, armor occlusion, works and it's saved properly, but this one, armor diffuse, is refusing to work. Let me see in the Blender project. In my files, it should exist. I mean, I have seen the files there. GABUROON textures. Armor diffuse exists and can be loaded. So I will come here and select you again. Image, replace maybe, or open, replace. The thing is, you're probably gonna become Doxy now, right? Replace, textures, armor diffuse. Before messing up, I'm gonna click the cog and make you relative path, and that way you're not Doxy anymore. Yeah. And I reloaded you. Okay. We're happy now, we're friends again, and tell me you're not Doxy. Not Doxy. You have to click a cog and ask for the file to be relative path. Blender has two options for relative paths if you're a streamer and you don't want your name to be out there. You have one in the preferences, but some tabs, man, are not respectful of your relative paths. The shading tab is one of those examples, and there is another one. And files, it seems like when you load them from outside Blender, you have to be careful too and specifically tell it to choose a relative path. Otherwise, it will contain the full path and your name on it, of course. Well, the name of your user, basically. Armor diffuse, the color. Make that again. It is what it is. Let's see if it works now with the new setup, because it was refusing to work anyway before. It was great, you remember. So maybe now bake the diffusion. Unplug it before and bake only color. Okay, so it'll appear over here. Okay, if I connect you now, will you work? Are you colorful and happy. No. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. I don't know, man. It is refusing and I'm not sure why. I am not sure why. Cloth armor, no. Relic necklace. Normals, the diffuse, and the occlusion. It's a mystery we're gonna be solving tomorrow, okay? Today Coco is very fried for this. The ribbon. For example, check the card. The card is there. It has all its colors. Looks, well, amazing, but with, of course, a messy mesh. But it's legal, right? The central closed flaps, they are there and they have their color, right? It's a bit of a dark color, but they have it. And they don't have crazy interesting normals either. And the setup is the same because we're sharing the material. The dangly plates are there. They have their own color. It should be like a whitish color, right? Let me change here. Well, it's kind of gray, to be fair. Maybe it's the same as this one. Let me check the model. Was it always like that? Shift 2. Yeah, it is the same color actually. Basically the same color. Okay. But it should behave properly. Shift 2. So this one is fine, but this one in the middle, I guess the gray is fine, you could say, but the one in the middle is not. Is it like that the whole way around? Because here, let me check the UV for this. Is it properly spread like that? Like object, relic, select everything, all the planes there, okay. So, sphere, 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 they are coming here, they are touching a little bit of the gray there, because the top face of the sphere, I guess, is touching there, perhaps. I don't know, it's just a guess. But at least some of it should have that color, right? Let me select these two arrows to see exactly what belongs to what. L. So those are the faces. Okay, all of those faces. They are pretty purple, I would say. And this one's the back and the front should be ultra purple. But for some reason they are not. If I were to, let me skip this node. Connect the diffusion to the color, straight up. Okay, the colors are there. The multiplication is not working. The colors are there. Look, that is scuffed. That face is not properly colored. Possibly possibly because when that happens is that the high poly with a reach, high poly with a reach. How do you look, mister? Yeah, classic mistake. How I'm gonna select that now? Edit mode, L. Why don't you let me select? Are you untargetable? No, you are not, and you are selected, and I'm editing you. I am with the selection, with this selection mode for faces. Can select birds maybe. Are you two? Oh, you're two different objects. Maybe that was the problem. Or what? No? Because I'm seeing these birds. I can click them. But I cannot, for the love of me, touch the sphere. There is nothing to be clicked on the sphere. Let me see. But they are part of the same object. Can I grow? Can only grow there. What is going on here? Do I have a mask? Auto masking or something? No, right? I could see, for example, if you are like on a facet, you cannot access another thing. Relic, necklace, HP, reach. That's the purple one. Circle, purple, reflective. Okay. What is going on here? Object mode. Meshes. Only one circle. I think I like merge everything, right? But even if I did, should be able to edit you. If I were to do L, it's like I cannot target that. But the rings are not there either. Where? No, the rings can be clicked. Okay. Makes sense. If I hide you, what? Select you, I can hide you. Why is the sphere untargetable? Are you? You're part of, you are on this object. You are here in this object. Where are you? You are part of the circle. There is no other mesh here. How can you be untargetable? Oh, you are made of edges. There is not a bird here. What is this? What? But I cannot select you with L. I can select you with L, but only edges. Faces? Nothing. Only edges? What is this? What is going on here? But is it because the material, when you have IOR, it becomes weird? Index of reflection for specular refraction and transmission for materials. Because 1 is for vacuum and air, 4 is germanium. The default value 1.5 is a good approximation for glass. And I am glad to meet you, but if I change IOR for 1, do you have birds? No. Understandable, but why are you a sphere? How can you exist only being made out of edges? How is that even legal? Solid. You are not solid. You were a lie. How can you exist? What are you? And how can I make you a mesh? Is it that I need to make you a mesh? We did this with some things, right? We did this with letters, for example, but they were objects that were different, or curves or something. This appears nowhere, and it's part of the main object. And why is it only made? What is this Blender mystery? Unsubdivide selected edges and faces. Split, separate, dissolve edges. If I dissolve the edges, you will explode, right? You're only edges. And I can redo it, but holy flipperino. New face for edges. Fill. Add an edge or face to selected. Okay, fill. Will it work? Or will you crash Blender or something? Did nothing. You have faces? No. Mesh, Rigify and code widget. No, that's from Rigify. What is going on here? Extrude edges. Merge, split. Normal shading weights. But how can you? Because come on, you are an object. Like, if I go out of edit mode, object. You were a cube that I subdivided like crazy, and you became a sphere. For example, here in your other version, relic necklace, high poly. Okay, we have two meshes. No, two materials. Okay, one mesh. Let me hide you for a second. Okay, I have, as a good boy, because you were this, at one point you were a mesh. You existed there. Okay, then the mesh exists here. I can shift P you. Like, oh, you know what can be? I get it. I get it. They are hidden, right? I can do Alt H. Alt H. And there are all the birds. Holy flip. Oh! They were there, okay? They were there. Okay, there are the birds. I was so scared. What was that? Okay, there are the birds. And there are faces, right? Yes, they have faces. Now, do you work by any chance? Not the high poly one. Well, the low poly, did that have an issue too? Low poly? Left medallion low poly? No. Relic necklace. No, this one always had a mesh. It has colors. Well, it has colors if we straight up connect it there. But if we multiply it as we should with the other. You unplug that, and the multiplication, you plug it as a color. It becomes scuffed, but I'm not sure why. Shall I do the occlusion as an alpha instead of a color? Let's see. Alpha. Not really. Why is the multiplication not working? If we were to add them instead of multiply, no. Multiply. Shall I change something here? Maybe I need to change some of the options for the node or something. It is a mystery. But this one, for example, did it work? Let me check. Not left medallion does not work, but central flap. Hoodie straps? No, central flap. You worked. Why is that? Linear flat repeat single image. Well, they are sharing the node. They are literally sharing the material. TX armor. Dangly plates. TX armor. Should be affecting all of them at the same time. And you are fine. And there was an issue there with the back face there that I can correct, and I will correct. High poly, select it, only the high poly, edit, you select all of that, and you apply the purple reflection to the whole sphere. That was my mistake, but... And you rebake that, and you will correct that face, but that's not the only problem. It's not a bad one even, like not a terrible one. Diffusion, Blender Bakery, bake the diffusion, only color, bake. There it is, that's the sphere. And that's fine, but this is the issue. Why does the color not show in there or in the left medallion? I don't get it. Maybe you need to save the textures. Not really. Okay, let's keep going. I don't know what to tell you. Let's keep going. Ribbon. Same procedure. Do I have a ribbon high poly? I hope so. Yes, I do. Okay. Let me show the collection. Okay. So ribbon high poly. Do you have only a gray material? Your gray material is armor, a classic. Good choice, a classic. Let me get rid of the checker for you. Get rid of the checker and the subdivision. You need the subdivision possibly, right? Bevel and subdivision. Let me see how you look with that. Okay, I guess, right? Yeah, you get a bit more round down there. Fine, maybe I can crank it one notch more for the render, basically. Okay, bevel and subdivision. Big, good. And the ribbon, low poly. Let me fix your material because you're gonna discover a new amazing material that I'm trying to fix. It does not work always, let me tell you, but when it works, it is amazing. It's called Armor TX or TX Armor. There you go. Amazing material. Have I baked your normals properly? I think so. I think you're this. And you look pretty decent, if you ask me. Pretty decent. Okay, so I will keep those normals. So, ribbon. Next, for diffusion. For diffusion, yes. I have you properly selected already? No, not really. You and you with control. Select that node too, and we go here. Let me unplug the diffusion. Let me unplug everything just in case it's affecting or something. Even the base color, just in case. Oh, I hope that didn't mess anything. Does it make sense that it messed anything? Possibly not, because the bakes look decent. This look like a decent bake, all of them. Okay, Blender Bakery, Classic, Extrusion, Diffusion, Bakerino. Okay, big good. The gray is gray armor. It is what it is. It's not very original. We can come here and paint on this image or on the model to get the pattern. Or we can maybe get an image and put the pattern there. Okay, in the future. Yes. Diffusion though. No, ambient occlusion. Bake ambient occlusion. Boom. Let's see what happens. Okay, that seems pretty legal. This is gonna be problematic. This is gonna be a little problematic because this armor plate is there. Okay, right now everything seems fine and dandy, but this thing is gonna be dangling like crazy. It's gonna have a chain of wiggle bones and it's gonna have a tail probably, so this is not ideal. So I'm gonna look for that armor thingy there, and I'm gonna hide it from the render. And I think that's the first time I have done that. I probably need to do that for the card too, but for the card it wasn't that illegal, but for this one it's gonna be very noticeable, to the point I managed to think about that. So these paths, how are they called? They are another texture, right? It is an armor piece, but shoulder pad, no. Upper leg plate, hide from the render, man. Bake again. And it got fixed. Ultra W. And this is touching the shin thingy. So, shin armor, hide. And I think that is it. Bake again. Sucks a little, but fair enough, right? It was not hard to fix. Well, it did not change. It was it not shin armor? I think so, yes. I thought it was gonna correct these corners, but it did not. Is it touching the body too? I can hide the body too. Body, hide from the render. Bake. Because that thing, man, that thing is gonna be flapping around like crazy. Another one, maybe I won't care as much. Is it? It's not fixed, man. So maybe never touched. I think that's touching, man. I hid the collection from the body, right? Maybe I need to hide the body specifically too. Make again. Not really. I'm not noticing any difference there. Well, I fixed quite a bit. Anyway, so get back the body in there, get everything in there, and connect it. Let me see the colors. Do the colors work? Hide the high poly thingy. I was thinking, are these affecting the other elements from this? You see, I will hide the body and the collection here, for example, and I will hide, well, upper leg plate, low poly, and shin armor, low poly, but I will hide the low polys too, the high polys too, like high poly, upper leg plate, these ones, both of them, because they are the same. And what else? The shin one, shin armor, the cage, and the high poly, and the body too. That's possibly it. Let's see. If that's the case, this can get messy, eh? If this corrects for these corners, you have to be very careful. Oof, it corrected a bit. Were you able to tell, right? It corrected that a little bit. It didn't fix the other side though. Might be missing something still. Upper leg plate, shin armor, low poly. You have to be ultra careful with what is rendering here. The body high poly. That was exactly it. Bake it. I should correct the other sides. Well, it got better. It is not yet fully fixed. Oh no, this can be ultra complicated thing. Well, not. Oh, wow. Holy flip. Then you can really choose what you wanna bake. It's not that random anymore. And which is not bad per se. Bad. Skirt cloth flaps. That might be contacting what? Only the shin armor. The cage. The ribbon high poly, of course. So here I probably need to hide this for the render too. This might be interfering. the past one, right? And let's see. Visor, the wool, no problem with that. The plates, yeah, go away. Jumpers, whatever. So that I probably never need. Whenever skirt high poly, I don't think that's a problem. Shoulder pad, nothing. Ribbon has to stay, of course. Maybe this interferes all the time, the person and the person medallion, or the other cages. Wow. Left medallion. Knee pad cages. Get rid of that just in case, because that's probably a big sphere. The knee face is probably not a problem, but the other one, the big cage, is probably touching. Let's bake again. Nothing. Maybe it was not, but could have. Hoodie straps, helmet, dangly blades, cloak. The cape is not touching, right? No. Clamp, not really. Yeah, good enough, right? Good enough. Or can a reference image be cutting? That's probably the case, right? I'm gonna turn them off just in case, because you might be getting lines from the references if they are cutting some object or something. I have one here. Luckily, maybe did not interfere yet. Maybe in the card. Have we got a line over there? Probably not. I don't know, but I'm gonna remove them from the render just in case. Okay. The relics, the card, the central cloth flaps, dangly plates, hoodie straps. I think it should be fair enough. I mean, you should be fine right now. So ribbon low poly, the colors should be fine already. Hide the high poly one. You look like that. That color is okay. No, that color is not even connected. What? Armor diffuse. I never baked diffusion. I think I did. Didn't I? If I go, I always go following the order, man. It didn't, I mean, I can understand it. It didn't get saved. Ribbon low poly. Okay, well, let me do it again. High poly. Low poly. Select diffusion and bake diffusion. Seems weird, maybe I went back or something. I will save the image texture. Save all. Okay, problem. Unplug it. Okay. What if I plug you there and connect you there? Hide the high poly. Do I get something? Maybe from the back, right? The back seems to be more affected there. Yeah, those dots, right? You get those dots in there. Yeah, that's cool. What about the color? The color is gray, so I guess you work because, well, it's difficult to tell if you don't. I mean, okay, that's good enough. You work. Okay, you have Cookies blessing. Keep going. Careful here with the render though. Shin armor. Probably hide you because you seem to be touching a lot of parts. Shin armor. Low poly. Open the render there. Shall I hide the body? Well, they are probably gonna be touching the body at all times, but it's already hidden from the render, the body, I think. Shall I keep the interaction with this, right? Probably. Yeah, I think that part of what makes it fun, I guess. Well, this body is here. Was that body always there? Because I had disabled this one. Get it in there to not mess it up, because that might have been an issue. Let me see the ribbon again. Ribbon, okay. You and low poly ribbon, okay. Occlusion. Let me try to bake again. Shin armor, low poly. Get rid of it. Shin armor, high poly. Okay. Well, that. First of all, let me save everything. Okay, everything is saved. Well, let's fix the corners. I'm an idiot. I will reload and reload textures. I was baking the color. Ambient occlusion. Let's do it. Okay. Okay. Look at that. It actually did. It was a body that was hidden. Wow. Now I'm gonna be ultra paranoid with the renders, man. You can have hidden objects that have the render enabled that are interfering, and you don't know exactly what could be going on. Okay, be careful then. Connect this. Okay, hide that from the render. Well, it has like a gradient from here to there, I guess. Didn't look bad before, to be fair, didn't look bad. It was due to the body, that there was a high poly body over here. Well, okay. Let's keep going. At least now we know that can happen. So, shoulder pad, no, shin armor. Okay, shin armor, hide the cages and high poly, right? Let me see the materials. Okay, the gray one for armor, you are fine. And the low poly one, shin armor, delete this and get material TX armor. Okay, little by little. Shin armor, yeah, it had beautiful normals that I'm gonna keep. They looked amazing. They are here. Well, you know what could be happening here? That we thought there was a weird bird or something. There can be. Maybe there was a body that was touching here or something. Well, it's that face over here. What object could be there other than the shin armor? I don't know. Possibly nothing. The shin armor cage. I was baking it using a cage. So it should be there, right? I guess it should be there anyway. So let me see the shin armor cage. Maybe that was it. If you explore that, shin armor cage. No, it's not touching there. Probably. Maybe that face. No. It is not that. What could be over there? If you had a high poly body over there that was touching, it's probably not the case. A reference image. Well, we have an image here. Could that image be touching there? Not really. I hope, because I might have moved it at some point. Could you imagine? I disabled the whole collection for the render. I hope that overrides everything in there. I hope. Makes sense. Would make sense, right? Let me try baking those normals again. I will save first because they look pretty cool. Shin armor. So we use the cage, indeed. So it is bakery of normals using a cage that is that object, shin armor cage, and you bake it to the scene armor LP like that to that node. Okay, let me save all images because this could explode a great bake here. Let's see what happens there. Invalid cage object. The cage mesh must have the same number of faces as the active object. It does not. Scene armor low poly. Because of the mirror. The mirror was turned on from the render. Okay, bake that again. Bake. Circular dependency for image armor in scene armor low poly. You're right. You're right. This was plugged in. Bake that. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't manage to make it better, so I will just reload it. It is fine. And that one looked fine. Okay, so there is no fixing that. No problem. It's still a mystery what's going on there. So we're gonna bake diffusion. That's the color. Scene armor low poly has the cool material. The other has only the armor material, as it should. Yes. Okay. The cage. Do we need the cage? The custom cage. Let's select scene armor low poly, bake. And to bake not normals but diffusion, can you use a cage? Yes, I guess. Yeah. Okay, we will use the cage and bake. Okay, it is this over here. Okay, great. Now bake ambient occlusion. Okay, you can plug that in if you want. Unplug that, select that, and bake. Let's see what happens. Shall we bake the interaction with the body? Like, the body is currently hidden, so it didn't happen, but I mean, I guess it's okay. Can plug it in. Hide the high polys. Looks kind of legal, right? Well, if you don't look over here. don't you be looking over here. Is it because this is an angle? Because maybe this is an angle. That's a quad. That's a quad. It is not an angle. If I were to hide this face, does it have an extra face in here? No, right. That's a suffering quad. but a quad. Okay. Right. Yeah, no double faces, not anything. I don't know what to tell you. But that face feels illegal, right? Feels a little bit illegal. Let's see. I'm skipping ads. Well, I can change to this one. This one does not have ads. I know. Nice. Okay, so everything is plugged in. We got that weird glitch in there. Let me check the cage. Shin cage. Where is it? Okay. That's clipping. That is clipping there. But the issue is actually not there. Curiously enough. I mean, surprisingly enough, right? It is not there, the issue. We probably should have some sort of problem there. But no, that face seems fine. And here, if I hide the faces, nothing weird is there. Yes, I don't know. It is what it is. And the high poly one. High poly. Edit. Okay. Let me check your modifiers. Subdivision and bevel ready for render. Okay, great. What is that? Maybe it's because of the subdivision. I can hide you. It is like that face is bending in the high poly. Because of the subdivision. I don't know. Okay, let's hide you. You are good enough for today's cookie. Okay, sin armor. All the nodes are connected. Okay. Cool. This face, how is it called? Is it not part of the same collection? That face is called knee pad. Knee pad, and you're in the cloak. See, knee pad. But you were enabled for the render, so you should have interacted here. Yeah, this cut, that huge cut there, is where they are clipping. Okay, fair enough. Sin armor. You have my approval for now. Shoulder pad. Shoulder pad. Okay. Let me see. Shoulder pad, high poly. There you go. Get rid of the checker. This one I think I went a bit crazy with this one. I deleted the original, I think. So the visions and the bevel seems decent enough, right? Can be clipping with the cloak itself. Can be clicking with. Let me make the cloak like that, so that it does not. Okay, and other than that, you should be fine. Shoulder pad, the bevel looks nice, and the materials. Shoulder pad, high poly. You have. You're metallic though. You're metallic. Did I make the metallic? Maybe I did make it only for the low poly? Yeah, metallic 1. And the roughness, let me copy these values or something. Well, that's a 1, and the roughness is the only weird one for the high poly, and we will leave it, we will store it here. Metallic 1, the roughness is less, like that. IOR 1.5 though, I'm not sure about that. I think that one is 1. No, 1.5. Okay. So I store that info there, just in case. For the low poly, you get the special node in there, delete the material, okay, and get texture armor. Okay, W. Okay, are your normals decent? You're here, I guess. You're this mess over here. I would say you're pretty decent. Pretty decent. It could be, or what could have clipped here at some point with a cloak. So maybe rebaking the normals is not illegal. So shoulder pad LP, make normals, get rid of the cage, save all images, and let's see if everything explodes or not. Bake. It had circular. I didn't notice a change. Bake. I don't know. Can't tell a difference. Let me check the UVs. Where are you living? That's the high poly one. But the low poly one is this mess over here and a few straight lines along this hallway. So layout, So these straight lines over here, these artifacts can be when they are clipping. What are these lines though? Now I'm a bit paranoid. It's like with an image, it's never gonna be clipping with an image. That's not it. But now maybe it's like interaction between surfaces and that's it. Possibly. The faces that it really has there. Okay, well, let's connect these normals and let's see if we were to hide the other. Let's see what we get. Where are those lines? I guess they are here where they connect between each other. So that's an issue with the cage. You can make the cage even a little bit more smaller, right? A little bit smaller, but I don't know if it's gonna be like ultra noticeable. Okay, let's try making the cage a bit smaller. 10 times smaller. That's not a bit. Okay. This node, make. Are you better? Are you not? No, you are not actually. You're actually worse. Matter of tweaking. But I'm not gonna be ultra tweaking it right now. This one, the diffusion, the colors that we're gonna bake, unplug them all and bake diffusion. Okay, from selected to active, fair enough. Bake. Let's see if we can see that metallic color over here. It's not gonna be metallic, of course, but we didn't get like anything. Have them both selected. I am baking diffusion in armor diffuse. Color selected to active. What was that? Texture bake. I don't know, man, I don't know. Does it should have the material applied to itself? Is it having? No, you should bake the color at least. If you cannot do the metal, you can do the color, right? It's applied. I don't know. Can go a bit more bonkers with the cage, but I don't think that's gonna. You should maintain a cage that works, right? I would think that makes sense. Armor diffuse. It's because we should see it there in the texture. Make that. Bake diffuse above surface. Only color. And it's it's not working. If we were to contributions direct, add direct lighting, and these are indirect or reflections or things of the like, right? If we were to, I had cage selected. Madame. Maybe that was affecting. That will work with the extrusion only, or what? No. What is going on here? How can this be? Do I have to unplug that? I don't think so, right? Solder pad low poly. Is it having trouble because it is metallic? Should I select something else? If I do combined, what happens? Diffuse, glossy, transmission, and emit. Well, glossy and emit, probably not gonna. Diffuse and transmission, I don't know what could be transmission. Combined. Can you get? Let's try this, why not? That already does not work. It's taking time to bake, suffering a bit more. No. I see nothing there. If it's not in the texture. Can we bake the occlusion at least? Are you... Could you bake the occlusion for a cookie? These are properly selected. Shoulder pad. Okay. Bake. So the occlusion works pretty well. The color is not working though. Why? Who knows? Let me save all images. Did I have this problem before with the ribbon? Was it that maybe that's why I had to go back? Bake. And now you are baking. Did it need to be highlighted again or something? Yeah. You are baking the occlusion there. And let me reload the texture. Okay. Let me bake the diffusion. Bake. At least it can write in the image. We know that. If it's refusing to bake this, it is because, yeah, it is refusing. Might be because it is metallic. But this one was glossy, right? Not metallic, but glossy. And it managed to bake it. Let me see. Can I do Blender bake metallic materials? Is this why Emosic was struggling? Use the emission bake type and plug your metallic value into the emission node's color input. Use the emission bake instead of diffuse. Emission. Emit. And plug your metallic value into the emission node's color input. So it needs to be another thing, another texture maybe, or you can make it here in the color, but you need to connect it on another thing. It needs to be in emission. So you need to plug it in color of the emission. Emission nodes color input. So it needs to be possibly another texture for all metallic colors. Oof, little oof. Little oof, but we know. Now we know at least. Can we do, well, we can straight up create it here real quick. Image new armor metallic. Well, let's call it emission because it is emission. Okay, new image. Okay, should be unwrapped here too. We could create, but it's gonna affect everything. That's right. Everything is gonna be starting to have emission, not metallic emission. No, not really, not really because of the UVs. Silverdome, how you doing? I am baking here. Baking a lot. Armor emission. First of all, let me make you... Well, I was gonna make you a real file, but you have no info yet, I guess. I guess those are legal like this, plugged into the color. But the metal can only be baked on this emission thingy. Yes. I managed to bake quite a bit, but I was struggling because this metallic material was refusing to bake. I thought, oh. But I remember another streamer that had the same problem, and I googled it. And maybe now it will bake again. Let's see. Do you bake there? Or maybe not. Or maybe not. Yeah, maybe it's refusing to bake at all. Emission bake type and plug your metallic value into the... Like, after that you have to plug this there in emission. But... before baking, you must turn the metallic slider to 0 and unplug any textures from it. Then save the resulting grayscale bake as an image file. So what? So the shoulder pad. This one has the special material, but the high poly, then I should turn the metallic off. Okay. Unplug any textures, yes. Okay, a grayscale bake as an image. So it is emission, shoulder pad, and control click here. You bake here, emission. Bake. Let's see. Do I get something there? Nope. Does not seem to be working. I was able to bake the occlusion. That one baked beautifully. Maybe I need to plug your metallic value into the emissions node color input. So there, metallic value. So color to color, I guess. Does it need to be plugged there, though, before baking? I don't know. Seems a bit weird. This usually say there is redundancy there. There is redundancy. Let's see if we get a warning or not. Or maybe I need to get rid of that base color. Who knows? Circular dependency. Yes. Oh. I was baking in occlusion. My bad. Reload. Bake here in emission. The thing is, we got a bake, though. We got a... Is it because this image is not initialized? No, it was a bake, but it was completely dark. So it does not... I don't know. Well, I will leave it here. I think I am too fried for now. And it's about time to finish anyway, so we will figure this tomorrow, okay? This is great because we're gonna be learning to bake metallic materials. Oh, my headphone batteries ran out. Okay, we're gonna look for someone to rate. Let me see. Let's see who trimming. Let's see who trimming now. Okay, I am deaf right now. I cannot hear you. Following. Okay, I have a candidate there. Oh, not that much people are streaming right now. Okay, so we're gonna raid Osaka, okay? Osaka Bean. Always a nice raid. Pretty cool artist. She's doing, I don't know, she's doing a model there. Let's see what she's doing there. And now, games later. Big W, guys. Thank you so much for watching, and see you tomorrow with more GABUROON modeling.